Вот здесь нету его. Нет, пошушукайтесь. Уважаемые дамы и господа, дорогие друзья, участники и Конгресса.
Guests of the Congress, we are opening the third day of the program, and we begin with the panel session. Allow me to invite the participants of the session. Anti-doping focus on the health of athletes. Moderator is Galina Kovrova, RUSADA specialist for PR. Participants of the discussion. Victoria Barinova, Deputy Director General of RUSADA. She will speak about the national anti-doping program today, challenges, risks, prospects. Denis Mazhukhin, Director of the National Anti-Doping Agency of Belarus, issues of anti-doping education of the young athletes and ways to tackle these problems. Alexandra Terekovskaya, a specialist of the Department of the Implementation of Different Educational Programs of RUSADA, the fight against doping in sports, goals and methods of implementation. Pavel Horkin, head of the Department for Therapeutic Use of the Prohibited Substances at RUSADA, the treatment of athletes and anti-doping regulation. Viktor Babazhakhov, leading specialist of the Department for the Organization of Sports Work of the Committee for Physical Culture and Sports of St. Petersburg, creating the anti-doping culture in the entities of the Russian Federation, experience of St. Petersburg and the Leningrad region. Galina Kovrova, a specialist, RUSADA, public relations specialist, myths and legends about RUSADA. And the floor is given to moderator. Good morning, dear colleagues. We are happy to welcome you here at the panel session, Anti-Doping Focus on Athletes' Health. We're also happy to see here foreign colleagues who are with us, but online. And these are our colleagues from the Anti-Doping Agency of Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Malaysia, Zimbabwe, and Angola. We're also happy to welcome our colleagues from different regions of the Russian Federation and from sports federations, all those who are associated somehow with anti-doping and with anti-doping support. At present, this program is being implemented in Russia together by the RUSADA, the Ministry for Sports of the Russian Federation, the Olympic Committee of Russia, Paralympic Committee of Russia, and different other sports organizations involved in the process. And these programs are focused first and foremost on the protection of athletes' health and on providing athletes a right to take part in the competitions free of doping. And it's important to mention that anti-doping rules that are regulated by the Global Anti-Doping Code and by the all-Russian rules spreads not only the professional athletes but also the amateurs. Also, it covers all those who are in this or that way associated with sports and work for the benefit of anti-doping support. That's why we believe that inclusion of this theme into the agenda of the International Congress, Sport, People and Health is a very proper approach. And now allow me to welcome Deputy Director General of RUSADA, Victoria Barinova. She will speak about the National Anti-Doping Program today, challenges, risks and prospects. Good morning, dear participants of the Congress. I would like to welcome everyone who responded to our invitation to take part in this session today. I have a rather complex task. Within 10 minutes, I am expected to touch upon all different issues that we're working on at RUSADA. Let me mention the risks and challenges that we're facing at the moment. First of all, I think most of you are familiar with the role of the RUSADA. First of all, prevention, the identification and prosecution at the national level. And if we take prevention, our main instrument here are the educational programs, which today we're very proud of, and they provide access to a very large number of users to the information about the violation of anti-betting rules, about the rights and duties of the athletes and other individuals who provide support to the athletes in the process. And all these programs are developed by our specific department, and you will find them on the educational site of RUSADA. They are all based on the requirements and recommendations of the international standard published in 2021, but they're also adapted to specific needs and requirements of each and every target group, whether these are young athletes, parents of athletes, and the staff supporting athletes. We always have a special program for the purpose. And in 2022, we had 135 educational events, which covered about 4,000 participants. In December 2022, we opened another educational platform, and all the educational courses of RUSADA can be found out there. And there are about 500,000 users registered on that platform with the purpose of getting the respective education and the certificates of RUSADA. 54% of the educational events are online, which makes them accessible, affordable, so any person has an access to the internet, who has an access to the internet system, can get connected, can get information about the anti-doping rules, and if necessary, gets the certificate about the anti-doping education. As for the methods that are used by RUSADA in the implementation of the educational programs, now these will be discussed today at the plenary session. Allow me to mention the organized joint work of the Olympic Committee, the Ministry for Sports, in order to have the vertical system of communication in the regions of the Russian Federation and in the sports federations, thanks to which a whole system of the distribution of the responsibilities is organized. And RUSADA plays the role of the coordinator who develops the programs, monitors the quality of the implementation, and works on the qualifications improvement and qualifications upgrading of the individuals who are responsible for anti-doping work in the regions. Another important function of RUSADA, which is well familiar to everyone, and which is immediately associated with the anti-doping organizations, is the testing of athletes. For us, testing, these are not just numbers. For us, testing, that's an enormous amount of work which is carried out in order to analyze the new sports in our country, application of the international standard for prioritization and assessment of risks of the taking of doping in different fields and in different sports. In such documents as the assessment monitorings, evaluation of those, the plan of testing, and so anyone who is involved in sports and WADA are informed about the situation like that, because all our athletes are well familiar with these rules. RUSADA was among the leaders among the national anti-doping organizations in the past in 2021. In 2022, we had about 10.5 thousand tests in 62 sports in 28 countries. So altogether, over 11,000 samples were taken. Since the beginning of 2023, we have already been able to collect 2,800 samples, and so the geography has become narrower a bit, but this is associated with the specifics of the development of sports these days. We test where the athletes are. Now, the large number of tests are carried out at the time between the competitions. That's necessary because when the athletes are getting ready, when they're getting trained for the competitions, we still have to test them. In order to organize this work, we introduced half testing. And by the end of 2022, for the end of March this year, there were about 1.5 thousand sportsmen in our pool. It does not mean that we are entitled to provide information about these athletes. So we just have to carry out a lot of work concerning the notification of the athletes, teaching the athletes how to provide us with information of the location. And in case the rules are violated, if it is impossible for us to carry out the testing, then we really have to have special cases concerning the violation of the rules and the impossibility of taking tests. The samples sent to the laboratories accredited by WADA, which are beyond the limits of the Russian Federation. We support partnership relations with 7 approved laboratories, certified laboratories of WADA, and most of our tests are being carried out in the large European laboratories in Seibersdorf and Kent. And a very important element of our work is the fact that laboratories work independently with anonymous samples. They get codes instead of names, and thus the exchange of information is carried out in such a way that the laboratories are not familiar with the names of the athletes. Geography of testing by RUSADA in 2022. 28 countries of the world in which we organize testing, thanks to our contacts, well-established contacts with the international anti-doping organizations in other countries and international federations. Wherever our athletes are, we can organize their testing at any time in any location. The testing program is associated with the program of biological passport. It's a very important element of the program. It's an instrument which requires certain scientific knowledge, and in order to carry out this work properly, in order to make the contribution into analysis of the on the data about the biological parameters of the athlete. The matter is that instead of the analysis sent to the identification of banned substances, in each sample we measure the individual biological parameters typical of that particular athlete. Thus, it is possible to see the possibility of the use of the doping if there is certain difference in this biological data. So that makes it possible to organize well-targeted testing, and the experts and expert opinion on the biological parameters of the athletes, that is a good enough basis for the accusation of the athlete of violating the rules of anti-doping behavior. Concerning certain substances. This is a very important element of our work, which is carried out by our scientific department. Here you can see the elements of work, though they daily communicate with those departments that are responsible for passports, the Department of Testing, and then, of course, they also have a right to commission specific additional samples and tests. Then there's a new type of samples that are going to be taken from patients, and this has been tested at the major sports events such as the Olympic Games in Tokyo and Beijing. These are the dry blood spots. The capillary blood is taken, and for the anti-doping organizations, it's interesting because it makes it easier and simpler to take samples, and it's also easier to deliver them and to store these samples. Another very important element of our work is not only collection of samples, but also the processing of the biological materials. Now, the violation of anti-doping rules discovered in 2022 led to 135 cases. And as you can see, these violations were associated not only with the discovery of banned substances in the biomaterials, but different other types of violations. Practically, you can find here the whole range of different violations, which are listed by the Global Anti-Doping Code. And as for the statistics concerning the violation of the anti-doping rules, it is regularly analyzed. And for example, the data obtained over the first quarter of this year indicates that we can see growth of the violation of the anti-doping rules associated with the use of the banned substances by the athletes. What does it mean? It means, first of all, that it's the first good of RUSADA identifying these violations. On the other hand, it also means that we have to work harder on the prevention of the violations of anti-doping rules by the athletes in Russia. Now, what are the substances that are identified most often in the samples taken from our anabolic steroids, peptide hormones, and here the list: diuretics, stimulators, and cannabis-like substances. Statistics for 2022, of course, leads us to the analysis and to the taking of prophylactic measures. The violation of the rules of the accessibility for testing. The athletes in the pool are responsible for providing the access to the tests, to the testing and to the sampling taking. So if there are violations, then these are traced, and a lot of work is being done. In 2022, 375 violations like that were revealed, and 75 over the first quarter this year. Now, this makes us responsible for the proper information provided for the athletes. And we hope very much that the work with the athletes included into the pool is carried out by RUSADA, by the regional authorities responsible for physical culture and sports, to make sure that our athletes treat this range of responsibilities in a much more serious way. Now, all these results, all these samples would have never been collected without the efforts put into this work by our staff. Most of the samples are taken by the RUSADA staff, our agents, by the inspectors, doping control, by our chaperones, and by the inspectors who are taking blood samples. Now, we have a flexible system, which is based on the knowledge of the country.
And there are 65 inspectors of doping control there, 16 chaperones in the largest cities of our country, those cities which have got a very good transportation network, and they are accessible from any point of the country. Thanks to the agreements with medical institutions, more than 100 professionals, medical nurses, and paramedics are ready to visit any point of the country out of 44 cities to make those samples, mindful of risks which are hovering over us in everything we do. A changing situation with logistics, with payment systems in our country inevitably has a strong bearing upon our capacity to arrange our major functions. That is, testing athletes, providing for samples to the laboratory, and arrangement of relationships with our partners. We don't have major laboratories in our country, so most part of our partners provide for anti-doping laboratories and experts which interact with RUSADA in process of processing these samples, which requires more efforts on our side, more control, and rapid feedback to changing situation in order to retain this capacity of testing and other stages of doping control to be in line with international standards and codes. Here is the slide showing the change in the role of some of the laboratories since 2022. A new laboratory came along in Ankara, and we're sending most part of the samples there. It's related to the analysis of biological profile of athletes for hematopoietic model. And I would like to underscore the role and support of those laboratories which carry on the cooperation with us, and they are giving us a hand with testing the samples, controlling the clarity of sports in our country. Desbetors and Ghent laboratory. Laboratories are cooperating with us. A very important component of our activity are the outcomes of the audit done by WADA in 2022. On the whole, the assessment was positive. Our operational activities are in line with the requirements of standards and codes, but at the same time, in the auditor's opinion, there was one part of the opinion which is critical for being in line with the code requirements. It was marked that our main federal law regulating physical culture and sports is not in line with the current tradition of the World Anti-Doping Code in the definitions of the doping, which changed since the time when the law was enacted. Back then, it was taken on board in line with the commitments of our side of our country as a signatory to UNESCO anti-doping convention. Since then, definitions changed related to testing and the definition of competitive and non-competitive testing. RUSADA was recommended to take up certain measures to amend this law to put it in line with the World Anti-Doping Code on our behalf, being an independent organization, an NGO, which is to endorse the regulatory document, which is all Russian set of anti-doping rules. I disagreed with such an interpretation of our commitments, but due to the fact that our objections were considered at the meeting of the committee, WADA committee in February 2023, that commission supported that we as anti-doping NGO are responsible for such a critical discrepancy. Not having the entitlement of lawmaking initiative, RUSADA is entitled to only inform and communicate information about the situation, to escalate this information to the authorities responsible for that. Nowadays, we're keeping track of the activities of the State Duma. In February 2023, and draft law was introduced to change and amend the law on physical culture and sports on the initiative of a group of deputies. Unfortunately, the first version of that draft law was reclined, and then it was reconsidered again. Mindful of the amendments, RUSADA was informed that until 8th of May, we are to provide for our feedback in response to about mending the discrepancies, but we can say that currently this issue is yet there it's open by the same token as the issue related to the risks of not complying with this critical objection. And also it's the open question about the discrepancies between RUSADA requirements and World Anti-Doping Code. And we continue testing the athletes, and on the formal side, it's the ground for continuing the status of this discrepancy and non-conformity. RUSADA represents national anti-doping organization, but it's not about this. It's about the consequences of discrepancies not amended by national anti-doping organizations. Some of those remarks were cancelled after the award of Sports Court of Arbitration. Such consequences will have a strong bearing upon Russian sports per se, not just RUSADA. Its inability to use national anthem and flag in international tournaments, a ban to host the international events in our country, a ban from being part of the international tournaments and events. When they started considering the issue of returning our athletes to international arena, it's impossible to provide for the exact response when those critical amendments would be done will have a strong impact upon not just RUSADA alone, but Russian sport per se. This is the major risk which is hovering over us when it comes to our activities. The question is still open. That's about wraps it up, about the activities of RUSADA. I'll take your questions, if any, by the end of the session. Thank you very much. Victoria, thank you very much. Very interesting and over-embracing presentation. Next will be Denis Mizhuhin, Director of National Anti-Doping Agency of Belarus, challenging issues of anti-doping education of junior athletes and the way to resolve them. Good afternoon. At the outset of my presentation, I would like to come up with some explanations. Initially, I've been planning to talk about the changes in national legislation which regulates the sphere of anti-doping activities in the agency, but colleagues approached me with the request to speak about the role of a coach and educational activities in institutions of education. This is in high demand now. This is a very important issue, and I'll recap on what we have already done, and I'll tackle upon the issues related to the education and to the role of a coach, and I'll tell you what we managed to accomplish within the recent time span. And also we'll prepare the presentation about the amendments in legislation. Our powers have been extended this year, and also certain points and paragraphs and counts were introduced into our legislation from the provisions of investigative activities. But I'll start from educational component. In 2021, the athletes of Belarusian Republic made 32 violations of anti-doping rules. And we noticed that in 2021, 37.5% of all those breaches were conducted by juniors, athletes. Those were the students of athletic schools. So we paid very close attention at this first level of junior athletes who are still studying, which had very positive impact. In 2022, out of 23 violations, only 3 were conducted by juniors, by minors. But nonetheless, those are junior athletes, and this is very disconcerting for us when they breach those rules. We would like to have a 0% of doping violations for junior athletes. This is because they're not informed enough. And their closest association is not well informed, like their parents. They are not aware of those bans and what is exactly the breach of anti-doping rules. Many don't have this information, especially the parents who have got a very strong influence upon the athletes when those young athletes are still living in their family with their parents. The real situation which happened in our practice a while ago when an athlete was found they banned substances, stimulants in the day of the competitions. A mom suggested that the boy can use fat burner to burn fat because mom says it was very good on her to lose weight. And the boy did that and recommended this fat burner to his friend. He said, geez, cool. Everything was reflected in the minutes of the doping control, in all those protocols. So they were disqualified. But the cause and the reason was very commonplace and very straightforward in that particular case. Lack of information. So we outreach parents, we talk to them, we educate them, we have got printed matters to pass over to them, and we are educating parents, promoting proactively the information about all those things. High percentage of breach of anti-doping rules is also related to the insufficient awareness-raising campaigns and special sports educational institutions. In each case of a violation, we do the assessment of the anti-doping activities of the institution of learning, and we request materials from them, and we provide for the assessment, or sometimes we issue the prescription to mend the situation, or other dispatchers would be made liable because the agency's awards are binding. A short while ago, a situation happened as well. I mean, in each and every system, it's emergency when anti-doping rules are violated by minors, by junior athletes who are still studying. It's an unpopular measure, maybe, but we do that. About a fortnight ago, I met one of the leaders of one of the educational sports school, and he says that one of the athletes just missed one test. He didn't show up there. So the school principal was reprimanded, and also the school's sports school's coach also was reprimanded. And he was informed if that would happen for the second time, both would be fired from that school. Although it's not a popular measure, of course, but nonetheless, it's absolutely necessary because as to the next year, we would like to have a 0 level of breaches of anti-doping law made by junior athletes. Jointly with the institutions of the Academy of Sciences, we conducted sociological surveys to identify the response and the attitude of the athletes towards anti-doping measures and taking substances in order to improve their sports results. In 2021, we conducted that work with adult athletes, and we continued doing that, and we worked jointly with the Institute of Sociology of the Academy of Sciences, medical doctors, coaches, and the administrators and principals of athletic schools are engaged as well, because we should have a very clear view of this challenge. In 2021, we identified that the least informed group are young athletes, adolescent athletes. It's necessary for them to have information about the list of prohibited substances. For most of young athletes, the main source of information about it is the internet. They do not approach coach. They do not approach our national agency. They do not approach their medical doctors. They are searching for the information in the internet. This is the screenshot of one of the sports schools. I'm not criticizing, but we discussed that with our colleagues from RUSADA. Of course, after that, the situation was back on track. In the athletes' blood, meldonium was identified. The young athlete acquired the substance in the drugstore, and he didn't know that it was in the list of banned substances for athletes. Where did he get this information? The athlete was using this substance. He got the information from the internet on the website of the state sports school from Sochi, and he was and he acquired it in the pharmacy, and so he got this recommendation in the internet. So he was taking this medical substance. We sent that information to RUSADA and to that school. Everything was back on track, but the school administration, the school principal should stringently control the information which is on the website. So we have got a very smooth interaction with RUSADA towards this end, and we are sharing information about such cases. And similar situation with meldonium. And of course, this is outrageous, because there is very broad practice of indications in polyclinic and hospitals of this substance.
So it makes our work with these athletes more difficult, because we have a lot of cases when the athletes are prescribed in the regular outpatient clinics on the basis of the medical indications, this type of drug. But we know that this happens, and this leads to the disqualification. Now we are working now on the clarification of this situation, particularly concerning meldonium, because practically every second case is that drug. Why is that happening? I really do not know. For 2 years by now, I have been wondering. In 2022, RUSADA, in order to follow the requirements of the international standard for education of the Global Anti-Doping Agency, and in order to reduce the number of violations among young athletes in each and special educational institution, an individual responsible for the anti-doping support was appointed in order to increase awareness, and the specialists of the schools went through online training and offline training. They were able to get a certificate in case they were successful. 10 days of training in hybrid format. And nonetheless, in any organization, these professionals already work. And we are making sure that in each and every sports school, their work is noticeable. Now we look at the posters where the anti-doping information is displayed. We look at the plans of work, and they need to contain the specific elements of work, and they assess in respective way the work of the sports school, if there are certain violations of that. But there is a lot of those violations. There is a lot of that, and thanks to the position of the Ministry of Sports, first of all, which includes the this particular point, the anti-doping programs, as a necessary element of the assessment of schools. So we provide the schools with the necessary training material, and the ministry evaluates the effect of these programs. And in order to promote the values of clear sport, the specialists of our agency took part in the sports and cultural event, which is called Vitoki. And within the framework of that event, the outreach quest was organized in the small towns of Belarus. We organized master classes. The federations were brought together. They promoted their own sports, and in order to involve young athletes. So that was a sort of a camp, sports camp, with the performers there, and with different sports, and we took part in those events. So why is that so? Because people would go there as families with children, and when they came to our tent, they were able to get the necessary information, some warnings, and they were very much surprised to learn that mildronut is banned in sports, and that was a possibility, really, which allows us to work with young athletes and with their parents in a friendly situation, informally, in this format of the outreach work. Otherwise, during the competitions, the athletes are too much concentrated on what they're doing. But here, at a festival like that, this particular approach works quite well. And so if in your regions you are arranging events like that, for sports and culture, that's exactly the place where we can discuss all these matters with athletes and with parents of the young athletes, and we really liked what we had. And so we will continue work in this format this year. And generally speaking, now we are carrying out this educational work and promotional work. And finally, I would like to share some information with you. We published 2 manuals, and the sports schools, we believe, particularly in the regions, very often do not have a possibility of publishing manuals for their trainers and coaches. They're short of money, and it's probably not really wise to publish something for 10 coaches. So we decided to work on the basis of categories, for beginners, for the higher level, highly professional level, and we are providing the coaches with the needed manuals to make sure that they have a chance to get acquainted with the recommendations. And this is what we're doing because of the information we obtained, and we were unhappy with that. But we will see what the results are next year. Today, we can say that once we started to work with the organizations, once we started helping each and every school, we're already getting results. Well, of course, we have just 450 schools in Belarus, and we can enter each and every one of those. But Russia is so much bigger. But nonetheless, yes, the trend is most useful, and our support for the schools and for the trainers and coaches is substantial. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your most interesting presentation. And we would like to thank all the colleagues of ours from the National Anti-Doping Agency of Belarus for their support, continuous support. Yes, we also would like to thank. We have very warm and close relations with RUSADA. And sometimes it seems we have one organization. And our specialists work in a very close contact, and that's very important for us at this particular period in time. Allow me to invite Alexander Terekovska, specialist of the Department for the Implementation of Educational Programs in RUSADA, the fight against doping in sports, goals and methods of implementation. Good morning, dear participants. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for taking part in the panel session. The previous speakers, Victoria and Denis, touched upon a very important topic, education. Education is one of the values that are listed in the Global Anti-Doping Code, and of course we pay a lot of attention to the educational work. Now, as it was said earlier, for the first time in 2021, the International Educational Standard was adopted, and that was the major document for our department. And RUSADA developed in its turn the education plan, which we're using in our work, and our specialists of the sport federations in the regions work on the basis of it. This plan regulates in detail different themes that are to be covered, that are to be presented to the athletes and to the staff working with them, and so what categories? What about categories? RUSADA carries out a lot of work. Victoria already mentioned the statistics concerning the events we organize. And what is new here? The focus now is on the program for young athletes. These are athletes in the age group from 14. And I will read a lecture for the athletes of the basketball league, Children and Youth League. This is exactly the category which is very often violating the anti-doping rules, and they really need education. We pay a lot of attention to the programs for parents, because they are the ones who spend most of the time with the young athletes and who transfer values to them. And the programs are organized for parents at the initial level, and we speak about the very basic ideas associated with anti-doping, and of course also for parents of the athletes of a higher level who already know how to use the RUSADA services for testing of different drugs, and they can help their children this way. Thanks to Galina, we started the ambassador program of RUSADA. These are representatives of sport federations, athletes, and sometimes acting athletes and retired. But they take an active part in our events, and they organize them by themselves. A program for medical doctors. We have every last Thursday of the month, we have an online webinar on the prohibited substance in and therapeutic use of different drugs. Everyone can take part in a webinar like that after registration. And we also carry out a lot of work in the online format. From Venice in December 2022, we started a new educational platform, our own educational platform of RUSADA, with a lot of athletes and adults and children went through training with us. And we're planning now an online program for medical doctors, and we update the program for children. You can scan the QR code and go to the site of the platform, And those of you who work in the regional federations have gone through the program and were able to get a certificate. Well, of course, anyone who wants can also go through the program after registration. I also would like to say that the specialists of the all Russian federations and in the regions get a special certificate from RUSADA after training and have a right to organize the educational events independently. Statistics for 2022, as you can see over here, Victoria mentioned that too. About 500,000 went through the online training. About 400 events were organized by RUSADA. These are online and offline sessions and the outreach questionnaire. You were able to see the RUSADA stand and posters, and after the session you can come up there and actually win a prize after taking part in a questionnaire. And about 24,000 athletes and staff members took part in our events in 2022. And here are statistics for the first quarter of this year. Over 600,000 people went through a training, online training with us. It was an enormous number of people, but we coped. And the platform now does work. It does work in the proper regimen. Over 100 events were organized. In February this year, we took part in the international games, the Children of Asia, in Novokuznetsk and in Kemerovo. There was quite a lot of seminars and outreach programs there. And athletes from Belarus took part in the events. Now, as for the types of violation, we very often focus on the presence of the banned substances in the samples, but let's not forget other violations, and there are 10 of them, and focus on them as well, because very often athletes are breaking rules because of the lack of knowledge. The third type, and they refuse to go through testing. This occurs because the athletes very often are not familiar with the responsibility to give the sample when the inspector comes. And here are the categories of those individuals who are responsible for the violation of the anti-doping rules. Agents, managers are as responsible for the violation of these rules as anyone else. And another important category is other individuals. Me, as a staff member of RUSADA, I'm also responsible for the violation of the rules. And briefly, a few interesting cases of the recent time. Gil Roberts, a well-known athlete, was disqualified for 16 months in 2016. And in 2022, in December, again, there was a positive test. He was not taking the banned substances, but he was using protein, sports diet, for which low-quality resources were used, but the athlete is responsible no matter what. He is responsible for what he eats or what he drinks. So although this substance was not pure enough, still it led to the disqualification. Another important case, Therese Johaug, a Norwegian skier, was disqualified for 18 months for the stuff she used for her lips in Norway. The athletes cannot go to a drug when being in another country to buy drugs. And so there was no medical doctor at the time when she needed some drug because of the sunburn. And you can look at what she was able to buy in Italy, because all the drugs there are marked. There is a specific label if they contain the banned substance. This is a very good idea. We can borrow this idea. Unfortunately, the athlete did not notice this particular mark, and she used that balm, and then the test was positive. The initial sanction was 13 months, and she decided to to go to CAS, and instead of 13 months, she received 18 months disqualification. So even athletes of this very high level sometimes are not attentive enough to the substances they use, and so it's very important to talk to them about where these can be found. Let's take the case of Ryan Lochte. As I said, we come across not only the situations with the presence of these substances in some food or drink, but here is a photograph that is quite an interesting illustration of what we're meaning. Here is a violation of the rule. He removed it from the site, but the inspectors of the American agency actually were able to find it. So there is a banned method, over 100 milliliters of some substance injected into the system of the athlete. So we're talking here not about the banned substances, but even about the vitamins. And the different clinics, you can get this service. You can get this dripper installed for you. But the athletes should understand that if it is over 100 millimeters within 12 hours, so that's already a violation of the anti-doping rules. Max Hauke. This is what happened at the time when the violation was discovered. Austrian skier who was disqualified for 4 years for blood transfusion. The clinic where this procedure was carried out was masked actually as a hairdresser's and was next to the hotel where the athletes lived. But the Ministry for the Interior was able to discover all these matters, and the skier was disqualified because blood transfusion is banned if it is not used for the medical purposes. Another interesting case, Daria Tolkacheva, a coach in artistic gymnastics. Now, why is it so important to educate not only athletes, but also their trainers and their coaches? All this happened at a competition. The inspectors of doping control came to test the athletes who were underage. The athletes somehow believe that they can be tested only once they turn 16. No, an athlete can be tested at any age. So the sample can be taken not only of urine but also of blood. But the coach absolutely banned this procedure for the athletes, and the inspectors of the doping control warned her that it was going to be a violation. So she was disqualified for 4 years, and over this period of time, 4 years, she could not possibly work in sports as a trainer, as a coach, not only in gymnastics but in any other sport. Maria Sotskova, a well-known example from figure skating, positive test. She could get 4 standard years, but from the very beginning, she was declaring the end of her career. So the inspectors were not to test her at all. But the athletes sometimes believe that if they inform through media that they're finishing their career, this is sufficient. No, not if this notification is insufficient. They have to make a special declaration with the.
Further on, Maria provided for the certificate that the substance was provided by the medical doctor for treatment, but the medical organization which submitted this abstract from medical record was not entitled to do that. So it was a falsification on top of disqualification. There were some cases. There was one case in track and field when athlete provided for the abstract from the medical record from the medical organization, which is not officially filed, so he was disqualified as well. All the new information is published at the official RUSADA website and also in Telegram channel, so subscribe to us to keep track of all the changes. As to YouTube channel, there is the video trailer on the procedure of anti-doping control. You can view it. It's very interesting. Thank you very much. I'll take your questions, if any. And get in touch with us, we'll be glad. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you very much for your presentation. Cases are always very interesting. It's a very good feedback on behalf of the audience that way. Now, Pavel Horkin, head of the Department of Therapeutical Use of Banned Substances in Sport. The subject matter is treatment of athletes and anti-doping regulation. Dear attendees, were tight on the schedule, so I'll be brief. First of all, to recap on what Alexander said, I'm here to say as well that we emphasize the importance of educational component for us and the awareness-raising campaign and education among our medical doctors. Today at 10 o'clock, actually, it's a very interesting meeting conducted by our specialists for medical doctors, for professionals. It's about the stimulants. This is a very interesting topic because there are some implications which are related to treatment of certain diseases in our countries and overseas as well. On top of that, as Alexander said, today, or not today, I mean, but just currently, we have been finalizing the creation of anti-doping training course for medical doctors, for specialists. We're going to launch it shortly at our platform. As you know, for a while, the service on the list of different medical drugs was not working. It was stalled because we had to retrofit it, but it's going to work again. We have been developing it. This is a very useful service, and we have been contemplating to embed this service into medical informational system. That way we'll be able to find answers to many questions of medical doctors as well, to have an awareness raising about anti-doping issues among them. And we have got a help desk and hot telephone line which works 24 by 7. World and Water is saying that since the beginning of 2024, tramadol will be included into the banned list. Water, when they are going to introduce this or that, the ban on this or that medical drug, they inform all the anti-doping organizations and all the parties interested in that. So previously, one wanted to introduce a ban in the past upon all the forms of glucocorticoids, but they wanted to ban it, but then they postponed the ban on that medical treatment drug for a while so that all the parties in question would be informed. But I have a question. I'm questioning myself even, why didn't do that with meldonium? They did that with hydrocortical, with dromedonium. Why not with meldonium? And also monitoring program will include gipaxin. Now it's not banned, but next year most likely it will be banned, although we don't know for sure. If we think back to 2013, 2014, that story of hypoxine is in the same context as trimethylene, deserteron, and other drugs like that. This year, gipaxin is not banned. Maybe it will be banned next year. And to wrap it up, I'm going to show you a couple of rather fancy slides. Here you can see our own solutions on our feedback on request for therapeutic use, and we discussed that with RUSADA. The number of refusals has been decreasing. In 2017, 2018, the number of refusals equaled the number of the permissions, but now the number of refusals is slumping because medical doctors have got much more information now, and the federations themselves, they also do awareness-raising campaigns among their coaches and athletes. As to the number of the requests and queries for therapeutic use. This trend has been changing as well, but the largest among of requests is the permits for therapeutic use of those medical drugs if athletes have got the diabetes mellitus or asthma, but mostly it's about diabetes mellitus. And bronchial asthma, glucocorticoids could be used in different conditions of health like allergy, systemic diseases, but major trend has shifted. Mindful of the situation in other countries here, number one in the number of requests are the glucocorticoids, the permits for use of glucocorticoids. But in all the countries, mostly it's stimulants, the permits to use stimulants. As to the awareness-raising campaigns for medical doctors, that's what RUSADA has been doing, education for medical doctors for use of stimulants, has been gearing to resolve the issues which could be related to the use of substances of that particular class. And here you can see the number of queries for stimulants. In the upper part, you can see grayish, navy blue color. It's stimulants. That's our athletes. In the world, it's 27%. 1/3 of all the queries around the world is the request to get a permit to use stimulants. As to the therapeutic use, we are discussing it over and over again. There are very few permits issued for therapeutic use for our athletes in our country. Many are questioning why is that, but I might ask questions. Are there really very small numbers of those requests for therapeutic use? USAID, American Anti-Doping Agency, for example, that is the statistical information for 2021. 541, it's like pre-check forms which are sent to anti-doping organizations. So this is the just the consultation, but also they received 541 such requests for TUE. But when we look further, the number of requests, 238 requests for stimulants. In our country also, we have got very few, just a handful of requests for the use of stimulants for therapeutic use. So this is a different situation. Approach, storage, treatment, and diagnosis of certain diseases could be different in different countries. First of all, this is the syndrome of the deficit of attention and hyperactivity syndrome. The changes in the standards of therapeutic use is rather broad. For anti-doping organizations to structure the algorithms for therapeutic use. Now, what level of an athlete and what kind of athlete is entitled to have this permit for therapeutic use of this or that substance? Americans are dividing their athletes into the athletes which participate in sports events and those who do not participate in the competitions. And also when it comes to getting permission for therapeutic use of some substances by athletes in Germany, there is a different practice of submitting the application for this use. So there are differences between the countries, so it's very difficult to make a comparison. But once again, we know that awareness-raising campaign is most important. We have been working on it, and we have got a certain understanding which way we should go, which avenue to pursue, and the service on validation of medical drugs will be very helpful so that medical doctors and athletes would get many responses to many questions they have about medical treatment, certain medical drugs which could be allowed for athletes to be treated if they have got certain disease. That would put more uniformity between us and, let's say, Belarusian anti-doping system. It would be great if we have got a shared system, but that's our plans for way out into the future. Since 2025, we might have the shared system. That's cool. We'll have the shared service between us and Belarus by 2025. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pavel. Once again, I would like to welcome all the regional representatives of anti-doping coordinators who came along here. We appreciate your great attention towards this topic, and those who are online watching us now. Thanks to your work, thanks to your efforts, and by joint endeavor, we already have accomplished a lot, and the efficiency and efficacy of RUSADA activity hiked drastically due to the fact that regional representatives are undergoing different in-service training courses, upgrading courses, and are proactively participating in anti-doping process. Now I would like to introduce to you one of the regional representatives of anti-doping coordinator in St. Petersburg, lead specialist on the Department of Arrangement of Sports Activities of the Committee for Physical Culture and Sports of St. Petersburg, Viktor Pobezhakov. He is gonna fill us in on the creation of anti-doping culture in the federal entities, the experience of St. Petersburg and Leningrad region. Distinguished colleagues, good morning. I appreciate having been invited to speak and to share the experience of St. Petersburg towards this end. To counteract doping in sport, the Committee for Physical Culture and Sports in Russian RUSADA agency, the government of St. Petersburg and the Ministry of Sport of Russian Federation made several agreements. In order to implement those agreements by a special decree of the committee, a set of measures was endorsed geared at streamlining anti-doping activity in St. Petersburg. A set of measures identified primary measures, the measures which may be taken on board ad hoc, and long-term measures geared towards the future. To implement the set of measures to have a high-quality activities and efficiency of the committee, database and register was created about the number of the specials exercising this activity. The register contains all the necessary information about the specialists, their contact data, their positions, their names, and by the same token, the information whether they have been going through in-service upgrading training courses. In 2020, on the grounds of Lezgov University, 60 specialists had the in-service training on special additional program. The program was funded by the budget of St. Petersburg. In 2022, the makeup of the specialists increased up to 180 people. But the number, it does not always correspond to the quality. So from the budget of St. Petersburg, another 55 specialists would be trained in order to exercise different foreign events related to sports training and preparedness and training of athletes disqualified. We put together a database of athletes disqualified between 2015 and this tier, jointly with St. Petersburg Municipal Medical Exercise Center. We created the Register of Medical Specialists, which encompasses 411 specialists, 299 specialists are the specialists from state-owned organizations, and 112 specialists from medical exercise centers of the system of healthcare of St. Petersburg. This slide shows the information about a two-tier informational educational program conducted by RUSADA for experts in sports medicine, and there's the database about of all those experts, state-owned systems, centers under the aegis of the healthcare center of St. Petersburg, with medical exercise doctors from medical exercise centers. We arranged the training of the personnel. Between 2020 and 2023, we increased the number of different educational fora and events. In 20, it was 384 such fora. In 2021, 684. In 2022, 1,100, more than 1,100, and more than almost 1,200 in 2023. Almost 1,200 of those special medical activities. And here you can see the plan for anti-doping information of educational programs of St. Petersburg. And we see that when we conduct different educational events, we do not outreach parents enough. We should increase the number of events arranged for parents of the athletes. So for 2024, the committee recommends to increase the number of educational events outreaching athletes' parents. To recap on the work along those lines, the institutions of sports training of St. Petersburg are recommended on the websites of the internet, or the official websites, to have this section of anti-doping. So this will be the updated information. These will be official websites on the internet, and also there will be ticker tape news in the website. In 2022, in line with the schedule for educational events in sports, we conducted anti-doping events among different sports schools, regional sports federations, educational institutions, sports in sports direction. Also within this plan and the schedule, there were briefs and meetings conducted with the personnel in the category of young specialists from the state-owned institutions, medical institutions of the system of healthcare of St. Petersburg, and medical exercise centers. We do this systemic work. We meet twice a year. The kickoff meetings were dedicated to anti-doping measures in state-owned enterprises of St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg has been proactively engaged in all the planned events planned by anti-doping agency. Here you can see the winner of the competition, the day of clear sport of 2025, and there was also a tournament on contemporary pentathlon.
Thank you very much. And we have one presentation left, and that's a presentation that I'm expected to make. I hope that with my theme will be somewhat entertaining, and that you will even laugh, or maybe you feel sad. Myths and legends concerning RUSADA. And for me, as a specialist in public relations and at RUSADA, it's quite topical because I monitor media on a regular basis, and quite often in the media publications, and particularly in the comments, I come across rather interesting things. And let's have a look at some of the comments. One of the later ones, the taking of samples from Davis and Smolkin in the United States. They say the laboratory staff of RUSADA wish them to stay there longer because it's just wonderful to stay a couple of days in the United States while all the others are unable to do it. Well, first of all, there are no laboratory staff at RUSADA. RUSADA doesn't have laboratories, and there are no accredited labs in Russia. And then nobody has sent them there because it was IDTM that was responsible for it. And as Victoria said, we usually address our foreign colleagues if we need to test Russian athletes somewhere outside of Russia. For those who leave the comments are obviously much better familiar with the situation. No chance to go anywhere. There's another comment. In Russia, the export of technologies and equipment is banned. So RUSADA will have to go to the psychics. No, we don't go to them. And the export of samples is not banned. All the difficulties that occur, they are the ones that we can overcome, in fact, and all the equipment for the sampling and for the testing is available, and we are carrying out this work according to our plans. A well-protected person. Now, what does that mean? With your own rules, you allow the miners to make use of the banned substances. A protected person, that is not a person who can do anything and everything. In this case, an athlete who is under 16 or 18 in different sports is covered by certain procedures of doping control. For example, if there is a situation with the violation, then immediately the case is open against the staff working with that athlete. But there are no preferences at all. Does not mean at all that these athletes can take more substances than others. It's a myth. And whenever we read that, we feel sad. And it's funny also, quite ridiculous indeed, because these people do not have sufficient information. That means we have to have many more educational events. It simply means that we have to speak about the rules and expand the audience. Here are some of the most popular myths of RUSADA. RUSADA is a branch of WADA. No, RUSADA is a national anti-doping agency. RUSADA analyzes samples. No, RUSADA doesn't do it because we do not have laboratories, we do not have lab assistants, and quite often when we watch news and RUSADA on TV, you will find these pictures where people in white coats with tubes are there. But we don't have that in our office, as well as we do not have a WADA laboratory accredited in Russia. RUSADA just disqualifies. No. RUSADA also carries out a lot of educational work, and in principle our mission is protection of the health of athletes and protection of the rights to take part in the competitions free of doping. That's what we promote everywhere. That's what we talk about everywhere, because that is the value of ours and the mission of ours, and that's what is important for us. But disqualification is a negative consequence. it does exist. It's not nice at all. We do not enjoy it at all. But the rules are there to be observed. RUSADA works exceptionally with professional athletes. No. It's another well-known myth. We very often hear about that from the young athletes, particularly in the regions, who say, "Oh, they will never get to us. They don't need us." Yeah, but it's a legend. It's a myth. And we would like to dispel it, of course. RUSADA works with amateurs, and any athlete can be tested at any age, at any time, and in any place. So please remember that RUSADA can test any athlete. And so here is what I wanted to say. I'm not accusing those people who are writing these comments. I understand them. It's rather difficult to understand the theme of anti-doping support in detail. Look at the number of entities involved: anti-doping agencies, national, international federations, Olympic committees, International Olympic Committee is part of that, and the arbitrage courts, laboratories, and this is all quite difficult. It's particularly if you are not involved in the process. And it's difficult to understand all this if you are not a professional in the field, if you have not gone through education or training. It's important to remember all this is done not in order to inflict harm on anyone, to limit someone in something, but the focus is on the health of athletes and on the right of the athletes to take part in the competitions free of doping. And in spite of the criticism I'm engaged in. Sometimes journalists are also involved with that, but we have regular meetings with them. And nonetheless, lately, the anti-doping culture in our country has changed, and there is a clear indication of that. Here is a study carried out by the Russian State Sociological University in 2022. So apart from those who were unable to find the answer, on the second place, you can see there are responses. The anti-doping culture has been improving. And this makes us happy. And we hope that the contribution of RUSADA and our education department and all the professionals who work on that is there, obvious and great. Another piece of good news, which will also dispel some myths, is in the following. The doping control of the Russian athletes is carried out in a planned way. And back to what Victoria was saying about the anti-doping violations. That's probably because our athletes feel relaxed, because there is no active international activity, serious international events, and they believe, or some of them believe, that anti-doping regulations are also somewhere outside of the range of our life. But the control is there in place, and all the doping tests are being carried out in a planned way. And all the information about samples taken in 2022 this year, name by name, sport by sport, with the number of samples, all this is available on the site. And here is the QR code. This is open information. It is published in compliance with the provisions of the Global Anti-Doping Code. All the national anti-doping agencies are responsible for providing this information. Unfortunately, many specialists even in the field of anti-doping are unaware of the fact that this is publicly open information. The journalists do know where to find it, and they sometimes are greatly surprised. The journalists have this information. We don't. No, remember, this information is open to anyone who is interested enough. You will find the tables on our site. And a reliable source of information is the original source. And it seems to be obvious. I hope that all people who work with us know that at the site you will find topical information, reliable information, and if you don't find it there, you can always address us. We're always willing to help, meet, talk on the phone, send information to your email. So we just want you to be properly informed, and we all understand that this is for the benefit of the sports community. Just a couple of words about WADA, proving once again that we're not a branch of WADA, but nonetheless we signed the Global Anti-Doping Code, and in our work we are very strict about following the international standards and provisions of the Anti-Doping Code, as well as the all-Russian anti-doping rules. Now here you can find the main goals of RUSADA, but this has been described by Victoria Barinova. Education, first of all, prevention. If we reveal positive tests, then investigation is organized, the results are properly processed, and then decision is made. As achieved. And testing, of course. Testing is a very large part of what we're doing. At the Department of Testing, at the moment, there are about 10 professionals working, and they work in a very intense mode. They very often work together with the inspectors of the doping control, who go to different, even faraway places in the country, no matter what the time of the year is, what the weather is like. And these stories about testing really make us admire the inspectors. This QR code might be useful to everyone who wants to make use of information concerning different audiences. Even if you cannot scan it at the moment, you can find it on our site. I would also like to invite you to sign up to our Telegram, to us in Telegram, and you will find news there. And once again, I would like to thank you for being with us here, for taking part in this session, for helping athletes get proper understanding of the anti-doping rules. We're all together for clean sport. Ladies and gentlemen, let's thank the speakers for their presentations. Just one comment. For the next 10-15 minutes, we'll be at the RUSADA stand. Come up to us if you wish. Now, our plenary session extended for a bit longer time when planned, but the plenary session will start exactly in 10 minutes time. We'll have 10 minutes for coffee break. Apologies, but we expect you to be here at 10:40. Chirchigha Raritvala, Mongolia, Secretary General of the Federation of Track and Field in Mongolia, President of the Federation of School Sport in Mongolia.
Мужухин Денис Александрович.
Denis Muzhukin, Belarus, Director of the National Anti-Doping Agency, Belarus.
Насралlah Хасан.
Nasrallah Hassan Fayez, Lebanon, a member of the Council for Nationalities at the Government of Moscow, President of Lebanese House, Matara Set, Editor-in-Chief, the first journal in Russian and Arabic in the country.
Patrick Drit.
Patrick Drit, Serbia, Doctor, Professor of Martial Arts, the Faculty of Sport and Physical Education.
Университета Novi Sad.
Novi Sad University in Serbia.
Бантар, пожалуйста, займитесь.
Batar, will you please take your seat? Nadezhda Anisimova, Deputy Minister of Sport and Tourism of the Kirov region. Natalia Ivanuta, Doctor of Law, Professor, Deputy Rector for Youth Policy and Social Work and Security of the Mariupol State University, named after Koinji.
Ашкенази Сергей.
Sergei Ashkenazy, Professor, Doctor of Pedagogics of the National State University of Physical Sports and Physical Culture and Sports, named after Lesgaft.
Уважаемые дамы и господа.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants and guests of the Congress, over the days of the work of the Congress, we received quite a lot of the addresses to the participants from Murashka, Minister of Sports of the Russian Federation, from the President of the Shenyang Sports University, Shenyang, China, Lu Zhen, and a video address of the Vice Rector of the capital University from Beijing, Lu Gedain. Esteemed Rector, Sergei Petrov, experts and researchers from the world. In connection with the opening of the 11th International Conference, Sport, People and Health, on behalf of the Russian-Chinese Alliance of Sports Organizations headed by the Capital University, I wish this conference great success. I would like to invite all of you to come to the Beijing capital of University of Physical Education in China. And I hope sincerely that our national university establishes and continues its friendly relations with the Lesgaft University. I also wish our alliance, the Alliance of Sports Universities, closer cooperation in the future. Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, now, according to our program, we will listen to a number of presentations. Allow me to say a few words concerning the timing. Now, the speakers have 15 minutes per presentation. If there are questions, send them over in writing to the Presidium of the Congress, and the speakers will answer your questions at the end of the session. And another remark. Will you please stay within the time framework? The rules are rules. Let's follow the rules. Because we have cultural program planned after the plenary session, and we would like our guests to be there on time. So that means we need to finish our plenary session as planned. allow me to give the floor to Lyudmila Lubisheva, professor of the chair of philosophy and sociology of the Russian University of Sports, Gtsalivk, editor-in-chief of the scientific and theoretical journal Theory and Practice of Physical Culture, doctor of pedagogics, professor. Modern interpretation of the socio-political meanings of the Olympic sport. Esteemed esteemed Presidium, participants of the Congress, today I'm going to speak to you about the modern interpretation of the social political meanings. But before I start it, allow me to say a few words about the process, so to speak. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. For a plenary session, that's not enough, definitely. So I'm going to speak in a very concise form. So, but I'll be willing to answer your questions if there are questions at the end. So. Now, talking about the theme that we're discussing and the topicality of the theme, I would like to say that yesterday I was moderating the first session, and there were 22 presentations made, and more than half of those were associated with the Olympic movement. So that means that Olympic movement is one of the most topical issues to be discussed. We live at a difficult time, turbulent time, uncertain time, and everyone who is here with us does not know really what's going to happen tomorrow and how to plan life, because life has been changing very rapidly, even within one day. And if we take movements, if we take political trends, then these also emerge very often. The new ones emerge very often. And we can see what media are doing, the way they present these political facts, and we can see how these influence sport. Yesterday, we listened to Sergei Lavrov, our Minister for Foreign Affairs, who said that journalists were not allowed to get to New York to take part in this session of the Assembly General. They had been promising visas to them when the aircraft had taken off. Then the visas were ready. Let's remember Rio de Janeiro, when our teams were approaching the venues at the moment when the competitions were starting. So sport and politics theoretically seem to be far away from each other, but in reality we can see that sport and politics are very significant for the changes in the sport of high achievements. So it is known that the business community and certain public structures are trying to use the sport of high achievements in their economic, political, and ideological purposes, while we are used to realize that the Olympic education comes to Russian schools from early age, and we connect the ideas of Pierre de Coubertin of the Olympic Games with education. For us, these are lofty ideas, and today, when we analyze the past
of the recent years, we can see that the Olympic Games are being turned into some kind of a show product, mindful of the analysis of the opinions of scientists and specialists. They repeatedly refer to the fact that the high achievement sports and Olympic sport and Olympic movement is perceived as commercialized movement, politically charged oftentimes. And this problem is getting more and more acute. Recently, the Olympic movement is characterized by ongoing standoff between different state systems, whereby the high achievement sports is the platform of displaying the advantages of one country over the other. So everything is heavily politically charged, even the competitions. In the recent Winter Olympics in Beijing, we saw that some of the athletes didn't even shake hands with each other or couldn't communicate to each other, especially it goes for Russian and Ukrainian athletes. This is outrageous. At the Olympic Games, you do not shake hands with your competitor or with the winner. That's outrageous. Contemporary sport is impacted by unbiased factors, world order and world setting up established by certain states and countries. On the other hand, by some subjective circumstances, some implicit things. We're aware of those implicit circumstances whereby it's necessary to reach high sports result. In the panel discussion, for example, we discussed the issues of anti-doping, the anti-doping education, or some cases when doping was taken, because the high achievement sports and the Olympic Games are so demanding that it's very difficult to withstand very high load, physical load for the athletes. So there are problems in high achievement sports as well. That also makes it imprint upon the politicization of sport. Standoffs and tensions between the countries deteriorates deep problems related to sports movements. Especially hard it was for Russian athletes who were banned from international sports arena. Russian sports has been living under sanctions pressure and presidential pressure since long way back. In 2016 at Rio, when our athletes, they just got off the plane they had to participate, and some couldn't even make it there. No matter how hard sanctions are, our sport is part of the Olympics movement. We should retain the ideas of Olympic projects for generations ahead. So it's very important to do the critical analysis of social, political problems of the Olympic movement and to come up with anti-crisis measures. This is very relevant for our Congress. When we're going to approve the resolution of the Congress, we should take that into account as well. So this is the goal of our study, to have a discourse about the impact of social political factors upon the retaining of the Olympic project and the participation of Russian athletes amid the turmoils and turbulences in modern social awareness system. Which methods have we taken on board? First of all, sociological opinion polls, questionnaires. Respondents were student athletes, impact of politics upon sport, and students from sports institutions first responded. And some athletes responded as well. There were 24 questions on the questionnaire related to this subject matter. I'm going to highlight the main questions in that questionnaire. And second method I used in my study and in preparation to this convention is content analysis of open sources. Although we keep looking into the internet, nonetheless, we had to generalize all the studies and all sorts of information. I did the content analysis about retaining Olympic project. That is very important. No matter how adverse the situation is now. Nonetheless, we are aware that if we retain the Olympic project, it will be great because it's a planetary project which unites all people on planet Earth. Apart from that, we can consider different social, political problems for the development of sport. In content analysis, we identify different forms of social, political challenges. We'll contemplate anti-crisis measures which are around and the participation of our athletes in international events and shifting of the vector, geopolitical vector in high achievement sports and Olympic movement as well. The first issue, how was it possible to group up and discern different social political problems? We split them into different forms and kinds, transgender problems, terrorism, military conflicts, discrimination based on nationality, acts of God, natural disasters, pandemics, organizational moments, different conflict situations which bring about social the problems, boycotts, provocations, legal relations, disqualification, exiting Olympic movement, alternative tournaments. These are the forms of manifestation of social political problems. I would like to dwell on some of those issues. For example, as to the boycotts, we all remember that in Russia, because boycotts were announced during our 1980s Moscow Olympics, and further on, and I participated in the Convention of Goodwill Games, which were held in St. Petersburg to oppose the Olympic Games. It was fabulous. Everything ran smoothly, but nonetheless, the idea of the Olympic Games was distorted and breached back then. To assess the level of politicization of contemporary Olympic movement, the respondents, students of the sports universities, were asked the question whether the advancing politicization of sport is the peculiar characteristic of contemporary Olympic movement. Most of the respondents are saying that contemporary Olympic sport is heavily politically charged. A proposal was set forward by International Olympic Committee for the ability of Russian athletes to perform in France in 2024 under the neutral status. Here are the outcomes of this questionnaire. Students of sports institutions, what's your attitude towards the ability to participate in international competition without the flag and the anthem of our country? 70% of the respondents said yes, we're in favor of that. And only 30% of respondents were opposed to that idea. There were lots of opinion polls of the Russians, and they display bipolarity of public opinion between in favor and against. The proportion is 50-50. Also, there is an important and burning issue about the change of citizenship by athletes from Russia. It's covered by mass media quite broadly, so that was one of the questions in the questionnaire to the students of sports institutions. What's your attitude towards potential change of citizenship by athletes out of Russia in order to be able to perform in the international sports events? The questions were, the responses were different. So students are saying that most important thing is for athletes to perform no matter what. What do respondents say again? they do not reprimand high-level athletes for their willingness to participate in international sports events without their national anthem and flag. And the students' respondents are saying that it's very difficult to get onto the international professional sports arena, and of course sanctions are very detrimental. Students consider sports activity the professional one for them, and they are saying that they would carry through with this professional activity that is sports, and this is very important for them to go up in this sports career in any country whatsoever. And I'm here to say as well that those students who responded positively to this question, they don't have high sports achievements in sports. That is why they think that the change of citizenship would not be detrimental for their own country. Maybe high-level athletes would have responded differently. The Ministry of Sport and the Olympic Committee of Russia has put together a set of measures to protect Russian sport. This is about extension of the geography and format of sports events, enhancement of motivation for Russian athletes to continue sports career, to retain competition at the internal national level, to raise the status of this name of the champion of Russia, to develop federal and regional sports bases and training centers for all the year-round sports exercise. We should foster our sports champs, sports idols, the change of geography of sports events. We analyzed the respondents' opinions. Question was, what's your opinion about the creation of Eurasian platform of high achievement sport to oppose the conventional or traditional European one? Almost 50% of the students didn't know how to respond because they said they don't have the information and don't know how to cooperate with the Eastern nation sports clubs, federations, and other organizations from Asian and Middle East countries. This opinion is confirmed and corroborated by the opinion of specialists of the state governmental agencies. Bottom line, mistake when we work with Asian and Middle East at the level of all the profile agencies. The mistake is that we don't have enough information and understanding of cultural differences, among other things. Sports world is in a standoff when it comes to the question of return of Russia into the international arena. Some federations are in favor of that, some are against. In favor are the federations of tennis, cycling sport, box, taekwondo, tennis, wrestling, federations of biathlon, equestrian sports, football and hockey are against. Federations of fencing, figure skating, badminton and others are still hesitating. We have analyzed the opinion of the focus group, and I would like to refer to the opinion of the president of Olympic Committee of Russia, Stanislav Poznikov, 4 times champion of Russia. That's what he's saying about further development of Olympic kinds of sports in the country. I quote, currently the situation is evolving in such a way that it's absolutely necessary to introduce some legislative changes which would be the adequate good response and feedback to the changed global situation. Another opinion is the opinion of Vladimir Sangleev, Secretary General of the Olympic Committee of Russia. What does he think about the project of the strategy for the development of Olympic Committee of Russia until 2028? Recently, we had the forum in Camera, it's called Russia, the Sports Power. The main goal is the assistance to sustainable development and effective activity of the organizations members of Olympic Committee of Russia to foster good conditions for quality development and implementation of sports capacities of human beings. But this sector should be funded, although the Olympic Committee of Russia is an NGO, not-for-profit organization, but they need funds as well. They need financial support of the government. Last part of my presentation is the analysis of content of open informational sources dedicated to the participation of Russia in the international sports movement. I identify several scenarios of further development of the Olympic sport. There are several scenarios for the development of our international and Olympic sports. First of all, it's the Soviet kind scenario to suspend activities of Russia in all the international activities, to pull out of all those organizations using the experience of Soviet isolation. I was recalling to the experience of 22nd Olympic Games in Moscow. There was a boycott of our Olympic Games, and in response, our athletes didn't go to LA. Instead, they arranged goodwill games. That was the attitude of the Soviet Union to cater for the interests of its own country, all the way down to pulling out of different international events and organizations. Another scenario is liberal scenario when experts are saying, no big deal, we're good, we understand that we're very good, we'll develop our own internal national sport and we'll be developing international events inside the country. And by the end of at the end of the day, everything will be on the right track. Those scenarios are not even worthy of comments. But most interesting scenario is the innovative one. It's about the formation of a system of measures to retain Russian sports diplomacy, development and implementation of long-term real program of the soft power of Russia, which was mentioned repeatedly at the panel discussion the other day. So the real program of the soft power of Russia in the sphere of sport until 2030. This envisages the creation of special interdepartmental organization like International Sports Committee and streamlining the systematic interaction between the Ministry of Sport of Russia, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Россотрудничество, and even intelligence services should participate. Innovative scenario should be based on conducting different traditional Olympic Games in Sochi, winter and crime, the creation of international sports brands and their competitions like SCO, BRICS, CIS. And I think such brands will be developed for future as well. Another project of innovative scenario is very important as well. It's about the creation of innovative sports projects, the games of the future to be held this year. A fabulous project, very interesting. I hope that in future it will be at par with the Olympic Games. Another rather judgmental event supported by the specialists in this innovative scenario, traditional Olympic Games, who would just be based on Pierre de Coubertin gay ideals, and to have such games in our country, lots of different innovative events to be held in our country. That's just a suggestion which will retain our Olympic sports and international sports, because all the specialists are thinking how to develop our sport, our international sport, among other things. And in conclusion, I'm here to say that contemplating the problem of sports and politics and its proportion, it should be taken into account that in order to resolve this, a big role should be played by Russian sports, governmental and public organizations, NGOs. Their tasks could be about lobbying of the idea of a return of Russian sportsmen and reinstatement of justice and fair play via effective interaction with international organizations and institutions, always says institutions on the basis of legal regulatory system. That way we'll be able to return to the international arena. Second one, development of alternative models of international sports cooperation, like creation of sports coalitions out of friendly for Russia countries to promote national interests in the world sports community. And the example of this idea is our convention, because you can see lots of guests out of different countries, even not European ones, but nonetheless, it's very important countries, and this is a wonderful alternative as well. Thank you very much.
Questions, if there are any. Let's thank Ludmila. There are questions. Yes, here are two questions. You can get ready with the answers. Then, yes, we'll answer questions at the end. Yes, thank you for your attention. All right, I'll get ready. Allow me to give the floor now to David Hitaryan, Armenia, Rector of the State Institute of Physical Culture and Sports, candidate of pedagogics, Professor. Psychological patterns of the influence of judo on manifestations of bullying in teenagers. Our esteemed Presidium, participants of the Congress, represent the presidential sports, judo and bullying. The psychological patterns of the influence of judo on bullying with teenagers. The contemporary world is characterized by information technologies in all spheres of life, human life, which leads, apart from progress, scientific and technological progress, to negative phenomena in the development of the society. The physical health gets worse, psychological climate worsens in educational institutions, and social deviations become wider, spread. Negative emotions are being manifested quite often. Adolescence is the transition period between childhood and adulthood. Radical changes occur in the biological, in the mental, and social development. Biological changes include the activation of hormonal systems, physical development, which brings about the sexual maturity and the changes in the body. These changes in teenagers can lead to rather complex emotions, stress, anxiety, uncertainty. Psychological changes include development of cognitive abilities, which make it possible for the teenagers to understand deeper and better their own emotions and their own conduct. And the abstract these changes help them think in an abstract way and resolve complex problems. Social changes include the changes in the relation with other people, particularly with their contemporaries, with the young people of the same age. Teenagers become independent. They look for their own place in the community, which might lead to the change in the existing relation system and might lead to the development of new friendships. Moreover, teenagers are much more interested in romantic relations and sexuality, which might cause extra social and emotional problems. The author No, in order to make it shorter, I'd like to say, in the context of what I said, one of the ways to achieve harmonious development of the society and individuals, we should remember the role of physical culture and sport, physical education, because these are really key elements in the overall system of the physical development of individuals and are extremely important for their growth and development. In scientific literature, you can see a lot of information about the influence of sport and physical culture on physical, mental health of humans beings. Many authors are saying that sport is not only a method to develop physical health and mental health, but sport is also a mode of life that satisfies different needs and interests and can be a motivator for further life and work. And in the process of going into sports, personalities get formed, potential physical and mental abilities grow and develop. Physical culture not only improves the physical status of the young people, but these can actually improve their positive properties and abilities, can improve their self-assessment and help them develop social skills needed in the society. Physical culture has an impact not only on the development of the physical abilities, but also on mentality, as we said, on the world outlook. It's also a very important element of general culture, incorporating different norms of conduct, methods, and ways of work, and education, ethics, and moral are all part of this complex. And it's not limited just to the physical development. Now, there is a lot of papers dedicated to different sports and their impact on different aspects of the individual's development and life. For participation in teamwork, in team sports is very important. And several studies were carried out of that. And anti-social behavior in the context of sport was examined very extensively, much more so than the pro-social conduct. And some researchers speak about the contextual factors, such as good relations between the coach and the athlete. This factor very often leads to a lower level of antisocial behavior. For example, judo has a unique culture with its own customs and traditions, and these facilitate social integration and intercultural understanding. Cooperation, respect of others, these are fundamental values in judo, and this practice emphasizes the importance of ethical conduct and self-control. And stands against violence and impulsive conduct. It also strengthens wish to achieve positive results and teachers to control aggressive conduct. Within judo groups, there appear close social relations, and it's possible also to have rather important and close physical relations, body relations, which are difficult to reproduce in other contexts. Thanks to judo, people acquire knowledge, opinions, views, which make it possible for them to take part in the life of groups in the society and help them make decisions under difficult circumstances. In this paper, we pay attention, special attention, of the impact of judo on deviant conduct of teenagers, on bullying. So the purpose was to examine how judo affects the manifestation of bullying. In order to achieve this goal, we define the following goals. Theoretically, we plan to carry out the theoretical analysis of the impact of judo on the structure of bullying with the young people, with teenagers mostly. To carry out comparative analysis of bullying who engaged in judo training and the ones who are not. And the object of study here is the teenage bullying. And we also examine the impact of judo in the system of prevention of the bullying. What were the methods of research work? No, there were 162 teenagers, 12 to 15 years of age, both genders. 84 were students of the general schools in Armenia. 78 were from the judo groups in the sport schools of Armenia. In order to define the structural and functional specifics of bullying, we used the methods of the definition of the bullying structure. In order to define the problem field, we used the method of we used the PPP method, and there was mathematical analysis carried out with the help of different programs, SPSS 24-0. What were the results of the research work carried out? The comparative analysis of the components of test and the bullying fragments with the athletes and just students manifested differences. The initiator, protector. And we can see that the initiator factor with judaists is stronger and inductor. As for observer, reliable indicators are registered with the students of general schools. As for the factors of initiators, assistant, and victim, we have not been able to find reliable information. And this might mean that the judaists are characterized by higher strength and the respect among the young people of the same age. And these different numbers are probably indications of that influence, of that respect that they share. Unfortunately, these can be directed in the wrong direction. In order to find the factors that help the definition of the roles in bullying, we also carried out a one-factor analysis in two groups of the subjects. In the group of judaists, we were able to see that the position of initiator was under the impact of the problem associated with their own ideas, and at the level of trend, the problems associated with the school itself, as the position of the initiator and defender, protector. There were again the factors associated with the self factors, and then there are also problems associated with the school. As for other parameters, there were no evidence-based influences discovered. The interesting fact are as follows: the position of the victim and the observer. We have not been able to find any reliable factors with the teenagers. Probably this is an indication of the fact that these positions are under the influence of other components. If we take the group of secondary school students, the position of the observer is under the impact of the problems, family problems. Initiator position is under the influence of the position among the teenagers of the same age, and the problems of the future, problems of making friends, and problems of the different self-problems. As for the assistant, this is under the influence of the factor of friends. As for the position of the protector and defender in schools, just the factor of problems of the self-type is of importance. As for the others, they have no significant impact. Finally, so summing up what has been said, we can conclude that there are major differences between these two groups by the following factors: initiator, protector, and observer. The high rate are attributed to Judaism by the protector and initiator, and as for the observer, the rate is higher with the students of schools. Then there are also different factors that have impact on the forming of different roles in different groups. And initiator and protector, these are mostly related to the self-problems and to school. While if we take victim and observer positions, then it's we were unable to find any specific factors that would have an impact. In the group of school students, we were also able to see that the authority with the children of the same age and the situation with friends has a problem, has an impact on the initiator. And the family problems might have an impact on the position of the observer. Thus, when we take bullying, that means we need to pay attention to the social, psychological factors which have an impact on the forming of different roles in bullying, and we need to make certain efforts and to take measures to correct those. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. David, thank you. That was very interesting indeed. And allow me to give the floor to Raisa Terekhina from Russia, head of the Department of Theory and Methods of Gymnastics of the Lesgov National State University, Doctor of Pedagogics, Professor. New approaches of the Russian federations to the formats of sport events. Давай, 2 минуты осталось.
Distinguished member of the podium, dear attendees, the problems of sport and perspectives for the development of international sports movements are very high on the agenda, not just for politicians and the civil servant authorities, but on behalf of the civic society as well. We should come up with methodological, sociological, medical, and moral aspects when it comes to the transformations of international sports movement. It's very important to analyze this issue. Nowadays, athletes of all the countries are not able to participate in major international sports events, and there is a full ignore. Then international sports organizations are oftentimes ignore the Universal Declaration of Human Rights adopted by UN General Assembly in 1948 and by the International Charter of Physical Culture and Sport adopted by UNESCO in 1978. Of course, this deteriorates drastically the importance of the corresponding international sports organizations. Russia adheres to the motto, sport is outside politics. That's the main idea of Olympic sports movement. Russia has been aspiring towards interaction with different entities in different countries because we would like to fully disclose the humanistic potential of the Olympic Games. Compliance with the rights of each and every athlete is the obligation of a country and of any international organization, sports organization whatsoever, in order to support the ideals of Olympic movement. We perceive it as the instrument which unites sports, culture, and education. It's the life style which is based on good examples, on respect for main aesthetic principles and ethical principles. Ethical principles are very important. And they are established by the Constitution of Russian Federation. Politicization of sport as a unique social institution at the contemporary stage acquires the features of no political normality, which contradicts the principles of Olympism and jeopardizes the professional careers of the athletes and their participation in international sports events. There are artificial, far-fetched limitations for national self-identity of athletes by imposing a neutral status on it. But de facto, it's not a neutral status which is imposed upon Russian athletes, but it's Russophobic and anti-Russian status. There is a massive ban on participation of athletes from different countries due to different political events. That's most hostile manifestation, which is proactively used nowadays under the pretext of anti-doping measures without any evidence which contradicts this law and rule. So they apply practice of dual standards for breaching anti-doping rules. Mass media of certain countries covers adversely some of the events whereby not just athletic but political activities are part of the play, which made us searching for new formats. In June last year, during St. Petersburg Economic Forum, there was a panel section entitled Sport Without Hurdles and Frontiers. The initiative of that belonged to the Commission on Physical Culture and Promotion of Healthy Way of Life of the Public Chamber of Russian Federation. It was about the strengthening of the system of national Russian sports through the implementation of the strategy of development of Russian culture and physical culture and sport until 2035, different formats of open international sports events for athletes from all the countries, development of commercial tournaments for mutually beneficial kinds of sport, the creation of system of arbitration for on the basis of arbitrage courts of BRICS and SEO import substitution substitution of sports equipment, development of international cooperation in sports industry, no logistics of shipments and deliveries from Asia. It's crystal clear that the major goal is to use traditional values of sport, Olympic ideals and principles, and on this foundation to open up new open formats of collaboration among the countries of SCO and BRICS, and within this year of Russian-Chinese cooperation, which has been officially announced by joining efforts of different countries, NGOs and scientific societies. It's necessary to take on board new formats of competitions to make them appealing for athletes, spectators, businesses, and mass media. New basics for cooperation within EC, SCO, and BRICS countries have been identified amid new reality. First of all, it's about new formats of sports events, and each sports federation develops its own formats for smooth functioning in new conditions, because athletes should keep on competing, participating in sports competitions, and they cannot possibly wait until we do something for them on the political arena. We should retain our successful and magnificent sport in our own country. For example, All Russian Federation of the Eurythmics pursued the avenue whereby they didn't have to break down streamlined system of training for the rhythmical gymnastics. They have got their calendar and schedule in line with traditional international competitions without breaking those periods of time. Instead of World Cups, Russian Cups are held within the same time schedules. We invite athletes from other countries, so it's all Russian competitions and international competitions. The representation of the participants is even higher vis-à-vis the previous ones. 84 regions of our country are participated. On top of that, foreign athletes as well. As the result, the level of physical preparedness of professional athletes enhanced drastically. Another aspect is related to new rules of the competition, which All Russian Federation introduced in line with new spirals of development of eurythmics to remove the conflict of interest with the International Federation of Rhythmical Gymnastics. Russian rules expedite the ability of the Russian athletes to full self-fulfillment when it comes to rhythmical gymnastics. Another aspect which expedites enhancing the level of sportsmanship of the eurythmic athletes. It's different joint performances whereby the athletes perfect their craftsmanship. Awareness raising about the importance of sport has been growing. Its promotion of sport is a good propaganda, and we should also prepare national teams of Russia thinking about the future and to support national teams at the level which could have a good competitive edge at the international arena, mindful of our vision for prospects of the development for different kinds of sports. What we observe nowadays at the international arena during the championships of world and Europe, we don't see record high and unprecedented sports achievements we're accustomed to. A leader is judged by record high achievements in his or her kind of sport. Analysis of the results of competitive programs for athletes at world and European championships and at the Russian Championships is indicative of the fact that it's not unprecedented record high achievements which are demonstrated at World Championships and at European Championships in main starts. And our athletes carry through with displaying record achievements, record high achievements in different types of sport. We should retain and augment those wonderful results in different kinds of sports, swimming, gymnastics, and so on. All those results are indicative of the fact that record high and breakthrough performances keep growing in our country. Amid new conditions of functioning of sport, it's necessary to structure a system of open international sports sports events, commercial meetings, and commercial matches and tournaments, which would be mutually beneficial and would be a win-win situation for all. Thank you very much, Raisa, for a brilliant presentation.
Уважаемые дамы и господа,
Ladies and gentlemen, the floor goes to Yang Shudun, China Associate Professor of Moscow University of Physical Education and Sports, Associate Professor, Deputy Secretary General in Chinese Russian Union of the Physical Education Universities, on the historical changes in the concept of the modern Olympic Games and their reasons. Yan? Dear colleagues, I am Yan Shutun. I am from Beijing, China. My topic is historic changes of the concept of contemporary Olympic Games and their sociological reasons and causes. The introduction. Olympic Games are an upscale public movement which is born by contemporary Olympism, the goal of which is expediting setting up more peaceful and much better world via organization of sports events without any kind of discrimination whatsoever, and in compliance with the Olympic spirit for upbringing young generation. The Olympic movement embodies in itself contemporary Olympic concept and spirit, just by the same token as it embodies the value of its very existence. The Olympic Games are most important parts of the sequence of events of the Olympic Games. The hosting countries of contemporary Olympic Games were working together with IOC so that the Olympic spirit would shine on and during the Olympic Games, and each and every historic period would be invested by different connotations. Streamlining and development ideas is one of the indications of the maturity of practical activity. From historic standpoint, contemporary Olympic Games are the product of the development of human society. Since the very moment of their birth, they undergo changes and developments. And also the concept per se has been developing and updating. A method of the study I use such methods of studies as I look through the literature, do comparative study and logical analysis in order to sort out all the components of the development of contemporary Olympic game from the historic standpoint, to analyze their spiritual implications and connotations, different components and laws of evolution, and the way they are related to public development. And also to clarify the social culture of each period. This high demand in the Olympic for the Olympic concept safeguards the strong theoretical basis and provides us with a system of benchmarks for the development and assessment of Olympic movement. Results of the study and analysis, definitions and evolution of contemporary Olympic games, the concept of harmony. Harmony is a very important implication or definition and notion of the Olympics. Throughout the history, the connotations of Olympic perceptions of the harmony were developing and gradually enriched, shifting from unipolar individual harmony to multipolar, multifaceted, comprehensive interpersonal harmony, the harmony between human beings and the surrounding milieu.
The concept of peace. The purpose of the Olympic Games is the building of better world through the education of young people, through sport that is free of discrimination of any type and in compliance with the Olympic spirit of mutual understanding, friendship, solidarity, and fair game. Modern Olympic Games help to build peaceful and better world. The purpose of the creation of the Olympic movement by Coubertin was to bring together young people from all over the world in order to compete at the stadiums rather than to fight each other in the battlefield. The concept the modern Olympic movement is based on the spirit of equality, respect, and fair competition. It stands against all forms of discrimination, emphasizing the universal principles of sport for all, and that participation is more important than victory, including the fairness of selection and competition rules. Humanistic philosophy. The connotation of the concept of humanistic Olympic Games means that attention needs to be paid specifically to harmonious development of individuals, to popularize and to promote the Olympic spirit in the country and to reflect the achievements of the national civilization, to facilitate the exchange of cultural exchange with different other countries, and to strengthen friendship between people in different countries and in the world in general. The humanistic concept also includes three aspects: modernization of humanity, cultural diversity, and mutually beneficial development of civilization. conceptual system of the modern Olympic Games and its evolution.
下次я покажу
I will show.
3. На протяжении
So, over almost 120 years of the history of the Olympic Games, since the first days in 1894
четвертом
up to the present day,
формирования изменения
the notions of the Olympic Games have gone through changes. Of course, the politics, economy, culture, the environment all had impact on the Olympic Games.
Вот это таблица 2.
Now, this table
Это таблица 2.
and table 2 and table 3
Как философская
they show how the philosophical category of the Olympic Games is the leading ideology of the Olympic movement and the leading ideology of the Olympic movement initiated by Coubertin.
вывод.
Conclusions. The notion
Справедливости
of fairness is most closely related to the Olympic sports, but does not take a significant place in the concepts of the hosting countries. The notion of harmony, peace, and humanism are of different value in different periods of time. These notions
краеугольный
are in the basis of the modern Olympic Games.
Спасибо за
Thank you for your attention.
Спасибо.
Thank you, Yang Shudong, for your presentation. Allow me to give the floor now to Mariam Kushki-Hrami from Iran, the Shiraz University, professor of physiology and sports, a member of the International Association of Physical Education and Sports for Women, Women and Professional Sports. Mariam?
Hello to everybody. I'm Mariam Kushke Jahrumi, Executive Board Member of International Association of Physical Education and Sport for Girls and Women, and also a Professor of Exercise Physiology at Shiraz University in Iran. The title of my presentation is Women and Professional Sport. There are various morphological differences between men and women. For example, women are shorter, have a smaller shoulder, wider hip, which can cause knee problems. Women experience aerial ossification, have lower center of gravity, more pelvic tilt, and so more lower back pain. Women have poor muscles and so postures, and also more fat deposits compared to men. Besides morphological differences, there are physiological differences between men and women. For example, cardiovascular system of men and women are different. Generally, women have smaller heart and lungs and lower blood volume. Their hemoglobin concentration is lower than men, which limits aerobic metabolism. Women have lower VO2 max values than men in similar field and professional sport. Also, their metabolism are different. Female athletes burn more fat compared to men. Obviously, strength of men and women is different because testosterone level is lower in women than men. They tend to have less muscle mass, which is about 1/10 of men. Upper body of women is about 40 to 50% weaker than men, and their lower body is about 30% weaker than men. Females have the same proportional capacity as males to improve their strength levels through training. Body composition indices of men and women are different too. Body fat percent of sedentary, active, and professional women is higher than men in similar situations. Normal body fat percent of women is about 20 to 25% compared to 50 to 20% in men. Higher fat stores in women may increase their buoyancy and make them suitable for some sports such as long endurance events. The flexibility of females is much higher than males. Women have greater range of motion in hip and elbow joint, which is due to bone structures. Females have smaller tendons, ligaments, and muscles, and this allows them greater potential for flexibility. And for this reason, they are good for sports such as gymnastics and rock climbing. Their higher flexibility prevents overreach injuries, but can be problems with joint laxity, especially for people who are hyperactive. It is very important to note that different kinds of physical activity by different modes, intensities, duration, frequency, or volume, and even with different psychological or physiological stress may impose different effects. Obviously, many studies have indicated that in recreational exercise induces positive effects on health, while professional sport may be accompanied by adverse health outcomes. Suitable exercise can be helpful for various aspects of health, including spiritual, physical, mental, emotional, and social. That is why exercise is recommended to all persons of different ages and situations. Exercise can be performed or recommended to prevent health problems as well as promoting health. For all people, exercise can induce positive physiological effects on lungs, cardiovascular systems, muscles, and bones, and prevent some diseases such as osteoporosis, cancer, cardiovascular diseases, and many other complications and diseases. Exercise can also increase blood circulation to brain, regulate hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, stimulate growing of nervous cells, and cause releasing of endorphin, and all of these physiological changes induce positive effects on mood, improve memory and quality of sleep, and increase motivation. And also, it can reduce depression and anxiety and prevent or improve many mental diseases. All aspects of health are related to each other. So, improving of psychological health causes improvement of social relations and provide a situation for social interaction for all persons. It is noteworthy that besides special benefits of exercise for women, because of the special physiological and morphological status of women, uh, female athletes are at special risks too. For example, some injury risks is higher in female athletes than males. A study indicated that in soccer and basketball field, ACL injuries of female athletes is about 3 to 5 times greater than males. This can be due to smaller ACLs, different Q angle, for the knee, which is greater in women. Women over-rely on quad strength and have the tendency to land more flat-footed and with straight knees. Their injuries can be also due to failure in developing basic coordination skills at an early age. Another risk of professional sport for women, especially at high level, is called the female athlete triad. It includes disordered eating, osteoporosis, and amenorrhea. These three aspects are interrelated with each other. Amenorrhea is disturbance of hormonal fluctuations which can cause disordered eating or osteoporosis. Amenorrhea is the absence of menstruation for several months. Another problem of female professional athletes is bone stress injuries, which occur when repetitive load exceeds the capacity of bone to repair itself. These injuries are successfully sustained by endurance athletes and dancers and commonly involve weight-bearing bones of the lower extremities or pelvis. These injuries are more prevalent in females than in males, which is due to risk factors including extrinsic factors such as exercise volume, type, or intensity of exercise, and intrinsic factors such as biomechanics, muscle strength, balance, and lip alignment, and also medical or psychological status such as poor nutrition, disordered eating, low energy availability, menstrual dysfunction or hormonal disturbances, and a low bone mineral density. Concussion is another problem of female professional athletes. Concussion is traumatic brain injury induced by biomechanical forces that result in clinical signs and symptoms that reflect a functional disturbance rather than structural injury. Aerial studies have shown higher rates of concussion reported in female athletes compared to male athletes that play the sport with the same rules. Females were also found to report more symptoms than males, have longer recovery times, and suffer worse outcomes. These differences are hypothesized to be driven by multiple factors, including deficits with neck strength or stability that increase susceptibility to concussive events, hormonal fluctuations that may influence pain response and impact recovery outcomes, and greater incidence of pre-existing conditions that are associated with prolonged recovery. Sexual violence in sport is different between men and women. Female athletes seem to be at increased risk of sexual violence in sport compared to male athletes. Though the body of literature on this topic is heterogeneous with different definitions of sexual abuse and type of perpetrator or limited to very specific female athlete populations. Due to rising concern about sexual violence in sport, both the International Olympic Committee and the American Medical Society for Sport Medicine have recently published consensus statements focused on prevention and treatment of sexual violence in sport. Women experience estrogen fluctuations in different ages, as you see in this picture, And these fluctuations affect certainly sport performance and injury. In summary, women can participate in sport and gain benefits from appropriately designed training programs that take their individual requirements into consideration. Also, female athletes and their coaches should be educated about special considerations for risks, injuries, proper nutrition, and safe training practices. Thank you for your attention and thank you for giving me the opportunity of presentation.
Спасибо, Марьям, за прекрасный доклад. Слово предоставляется Немане Лукачевич.
Thank you, Mariam. Wonderful presentation. Now, Nemanja Gucevic, Serba, University of Palermo, Italy. Rapid weight loss and mood states in judo athletes systemic approach. Yes.
All right. I'm just a bit maybe too tall. Dear committee, dear everybody who was involved in organization of this wonderful conference in this beautiful city, thank you for inviting me. I'm very flattered to be here. I come from University of Palermo in Italy. And today I will talk about a topic that's been a key topic of my PhD, and we continue to do more work in this field. So, namely, I will talk about rapid weight loss in combat sports. In this case, we'll place a particular emphasis on judo. So, can I get a mic, please? Just a microphone? Yep, okay. Because I would like to move around a bit, it's much easier for me. Sorry. So, as I said, I will speak about rapid weight loss in judo. That's something that's very prevalent, not just in judo, but in other combat sports. So, how many of you have trained combat sports? Or competed or know someone who trained combat sports? Just raise your hand. Okay, I mean, this is a country that's very notorious for combat sports. So I just wanted to get a bit familiar with the crowd because I think this topic is quite important. So over the years, you might have seen many news articles coming up about the dangers of rapid weight loss in combat sports that can have very dramatic effects and sometimes even death. So, the topic of weight cycling, it's certainly not new to our research team. Over the last couple of years, we published a number of different papers on this topic, and we continue to do so. And we lately shifted our focus towards kids and adolescents. So, what are the, exactly before going anywhere further, I would like to talk a bit more about what rapid weight loss really is. So in terms of combat sports, rapid weight loss is defined as a 5% weight loss achieved in under a week. But in reality, there are many variations of the same theme. So the magnitudes can differ, the days dedicated to this process can differ. So one is textbook definition, the other thing is reality. So we have to consider that. It's highly prevalent in combat sports and also in judo, but is often based on tradition and anecdotal evidence rather than real science, which can cause very many problems in terms of performance, but also in terms of health concerns, and can even cause death. So, this will be a typical representative of one weight cycle for a professional athlete, in this case for a judo athlete. We begin with rapid weight loss that's initiated by severe fluid and food restriction, accompanied by training in plastic suits or rubbery suits, and also frequent sauna use, fasting, and sometimes even using diuretics and other prohibited substances. Then we go to the weigh-in, where athletes try to have the least weight possible, and then in between the weigh-in and the competition, there's a period of rapid weight gain, where athletes try to kind of replenish the lost fluids and nutrients. And of course, there's an official competition, and then athletes go back to their regular rest and training. So what is the rationale for this study? Basically, there's not much data. We have a very scarcity of the data, and psychological well-being in combat sports is very much so neglected compared to performance and health. Also, there's no synthesis of the current evidence in this field. So we our research team gathered in order to form a hypothesis, and it was twofold. First one, that it was that the rapid weight loss will indeed induce adverse psychological effects in these athletes. And the second part was that the greater the magnitude of weight loss, the worse the psychological outcomes will be. And here, all right, before proceeding with this slide, I would like to give you just a real-life example. This is the case of 3 MMA athletes preparing for the upcoming competition. So you might want to look at the video to see the effect.
What goes through your mind at this point?
How bad things will be evidenced with.
Sweating as much as you can, and the only person I had in my hotel room with me helping me cut weight was my best friend, and she's not a fighter. She's not like an athlete. She's just there to be my support system, and she left the room because I was sitting in the bathtub trying to sweat, and she came back and I was passed out on the floor. You just lay there and you pray, and honestly, I was just praying like, Lord, please do not kill me. Like, please do not let me die doing this. And I had my best friend praying.
We're just trying to get you up.
Sure.
No.
The bath for me, the worst case, because burning really hot.
Baby, breathe, baby. Baby, it's 105 degrees.
I go inside the bath and I pray there and I cry.
So as you can see just from this brief couple of videos, the situation is pretty dramatic, but this is often done behind the scenes. You cannot see much of this content shown in the media. So based on this premise and the scarcity of the data, we decided to search the literature. And for the purpose of this research study, we gathered a group of international experts in sports science, but also in many fields of combat sports science. And we had several aims. First one actually was to systematically review the literature. The next one was to outline key points, to present the data in a clear and concise way, identify a gap in the literature and point the direction for the future studies, and also to compare to what's already been published. But we have to keep in mind the data that's published, it's very scarce. The methods were pretty common for systematic reviews. We followed the PRISMA, which is pretty much a gold standard for conducting systematic reviews and meta-analysis. We searched PubMed and Web of Science for the relevant articles. We only had studies that were included were only using POMS scale and during this weight cutting process. Also, we used Newcastle-Ottawa scale to check the quality of the included studies. 2 junior researchers performed the search, and the full professor, in this case Professor Dritt here, made a final decision in the case of disagreement. And investigators were not blinded to the study titles and authors. This is a POM scale that's commonly used in various sports, but also in combat sports. And it elaborates on 6 domains of psychological well-being, in this case, tension, vigor, depression, confusion, fatigue, and anger. So we had about 200 participants coming from 3 countries. About 200 participants, as I said, and a very small portion of them were female. Studies varied vastly in design, as you will see. But the commonality is the pattern, this common pattern that we've seen before in many cases of weight cutting. So we've seen, of course, food and fluid restriction once again, followed by plastic suit training, increased levels of exercise, sauna use, laxative consumption. This is pretty normal. This is pretty usual and a routine for them. Here, I think the most, and this slide usually doesn't appear like this, but I don't know what happened. The number 7 marks 7 days, because studies varied in the design and the days that were dedicated actually for the conduction of the studies. So when there's a 3% of weight loss, we don't see any effects on mood states in combat sports athletes, or in this case, injured athletes. On the other side, the other study from France showed that 5% weight loss increased tension significantly, also anger, fatigue, and there was a significant drop in vigor with no changes in depression and confusion. And in the other control group, there were no changes at all. In one study from Brazil, they had their athletes cutting 10% of their weight, but they had 2 weeks to do that. Their experimental group had to lose 10%, as I said, and we've seen significantly elevated levels in tension, anger, depression, and fatigue, and a significant drop in vigor with no significant effects on confusion. In the weight-stable group, and this is interesting, and I'm going to emphasize this a bit later, we've also seen, even though this was a weight-stable group, we also seen increases in tension and vigor, with no changes in anger, depression, fatigue, and confusion. So even though they haven't decreased any body weight, you see this rise in tension, which is kind of normal when you are preparing for the competition and you know that you're about to face an opponent. So we have to be very careful when we describe this data. And lastly, we have 3 studies that had 20+ days to be conducted. 3 to 5% weight loss produced no changes at all in terms of mood states. On the other side, another study from Japan, they divided group in a group that had to lose more than 5% of weight loss and less than 5%. In a group that had more than 5%, we've seen no changes in tension, depression, anger, and confusion, and a significant drop in vigor and significant increase in fatigue, pretty common. And the group that had less than 5%, which is not precisely, didn't say 4, 3, or 2%, but it was just less than 5%, we've seen no changes. And the last study, that's quite long as well, I think it was almost 25 days. They had athletes having 2 to 6% weight cutting with significant increases in tension and confusion and no changes in depression, anger, and fatigue, and a significant drop in vigor. When it comes to control group, there were significant, once again, significant increases in tension and confusion, and no changes in depression, anger, fatigue, and vigor. So, just to wrap this up, to kind of outline the key points, I would say that both of our initial hypotheses were confirmed, that the rapid weight loss will indeed induce psychological disturbances in these athletes, and also the higher the magnitude of weight cutting, the worse psychological outcomes will be. Also, we have to outline the differences between males and females, even though we had a very small proportion of females in this study, or in this review, should I say. In one study I wanted to outline particularly, in a study by Yoshioka from Japan, we had increased levels of tension, fatigue, vigor, and total mood disturbance in males, as expected. But on the other side, anger, confusion, depression, tension, and total mood disturbance actually decreased markedly, which is unexpected. But also, we have to keep in mind that these values were high to begin with, higher in females compared to males. So this is very nuanced, and you have to really be careful when describing this data. What are the limitations of this study? Certainly, it's a small number of studies. It's a small sample size. As I said, there's a scarcity of the data that we have. And only 20% of females were involved in this review. On the other side, strengths. To our knowledge, this is the first systematic review on this matter. And this paper is being currently revised in one good French journal. We pointed out the gaps in the literature. So we said, by conducting this study, we said there's not much data available. And this is very important. And also, we emphasize again the importance of this topic. So, practical implications. Of course, conducting more studies on this topic, emphasizing potential differences between males and females. Also, emphasizing potential differences in terms of age, which can be also quite dramatic. So someone who is in puberty might experience different rapid weight loss to someone who is adult. And as I would say, prioritizing athletes' health, in this case, combat sports athletes or judo athletes at all times. And the last point here is prohibiting rapid weight loss in children and adolescents. This is something that we advocated from the beginning. And this is a paper that we published last year in a really premier journal that's emphasizing how these kids and adolescents are cutting their weight, and it's pretty dramatic, pretty worrisome. I would encourage you to go and look at it. And based on this paper, we recently created a project called DDCS, which stands for Disordered Eating and Eating Disorders in Youth Combat Sports. So we want to look at this phenomenon of weight cycling from a different perspective. We wanted to say, is this really an eating disorder? Is this really something that's, if it's happening repeatedly over the course of years, and especially in children and adolescents, can this be classified as really an eating disorder? So this is our point. And if you want to participate, if you would like to help, if you would like to help us find funding for this as well, please let me know. Here's my contact details. You can reach out to me anytime via email or whatever, and I'll be happy to respond and to discuss with you. Here are the references, and thank you so much. I really appreciate you.
Спасибо, внимание. Ну, после окончания.
Thank you very much. After we finish up all the presentations, by all means, I'll ask you a question, because in the theory and methodology of Russian and Soviet sport, this issue was emphasized as a very, very important one. Next presentation will be by Natalia Ivanuta, Russia, Vice Rector on Youth Policies and Social Work and Safety of Mariupol State University, named after Queen She, Doctor of Legal Sciences Professor. She'll speak about the role of science and higher education for the development of sports and physical culture in Azov region. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to welcome you on a wonderful spring day, dear friends, guests, Mariupol State University. And Larissa Savalapova, as the rector of our university, extends heartfelt thanks for this opportunity to participate in this upscale event. And of course, we would like to convey best regards from the authorities of our town of Mariupol. The year 2022 is a year of complex, challenging, and important changes which took place in Russian Federation and its different entities. It's not just about the life of some of the villages, townships, some regions and people, but also it had a strong impact upon enterprises and sectors and industries and what they do. All those transformations, changes and challenges also impacted sports sphere of Azov region and Mariupol. Notwithstanding the tragedy our city lived through, we are proud to say that nowadays there is a high, rapid changes done in our region. Nowadays in Mariupol and in Azov region, different sports sections, circles and clubs are represented. It's football, basketball, kickboxing and other sports. And the flavor of our region is Greek, Roman, wrestling, because we have got very big Greek community in our region. We have got different kinds of sports which currently cannot be developed. because it's necessary to refurbish some of the infrastructural facilities. I'm referring to swimming sport. Swimming pools were destroyed during military actions in Mariupol. They have to be reconstructed or repaired. And also we emphasize the importance of physical culture for school children. With the help of our friends from other federal entities, a number of schools were repaired and refurbished in Mariupol, and contemporary sports equipment was brought to Mariupol schools so that our school children can go in for sports at school and as extracurriculum exercise. Extracurriculum exercise is very important because some of the school children decide to become professional athletes in future in their adult lives. And at Mariupol University, there is a discipline such as physical culture and sports, and we enroll students for bachelor's and master's degree courses.
We already had 170 students this year, in spite of all the difficulties. And it's important to remember that these are not just graduates, school graduates, but also professionals, athletes with very good achievements in sports. So this fact emphasizes the importance of higher education for high-quality professional work, including professional work in sports. Now, the education of specialists in the field of physical culture is carried out by the specific chair, Physical Health and Human Health, and you will find masters of sport of international level among those who teach there. Our university has the necessary material resources in order to be able to train and to educate students and to organize club sessions of basketball, football are very popular with us and well developed with us. I need to emphasize that our students at the moment already do have some achievements and victories in different international events. In March this year in Moscow, at the Moscow State Pedagogical University, the second Russian rating tournament was carried out on wrestling. About 150 athletes took part in it, and among them there was a team from the Donetsk Republic, and our students were part of that, students of the Mariupol State University. Now, our team was able to get one silver and one bronze medal. We also have some success in football. Our team represents the Donetsk Republic at the final stage of football competition 2023 in the B group, the higher division of the National Student League. And then there is another educational program we should mention, physical culture, proper orientation in physical culture and sports, which is explained by the shortage of human resource in different structures of ours that provide services and rehabilitation. We need to have these specialists. We also have some problems with the shortage of teachers of physical training at schools. And so that means the graduates of our university have wonderful opportunities to find employment and help our region at this difficult period of time. And then our students in physical culture and sports are also active in research work. We have different student clubs and circles who work on a regular basis and take part in different conferences, well, definitely with the help of our partners. Now, the Mariupol State University is a universal platform for the development of all forms of civil society, and it's also a platform for sports movements and sports activities for the young. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you, Natalia Valerievna.
Дорогие друзья,
Dear friends, colleagues,
тематика нашего
now we have
касающаяся докладов завершилась.
listened to all the presentations planned, and now questions asked
Анна, прошу вас.
and sent over to the speakers. Ludmila?
Dear
participants of the Congress, I'm happy that my presentation evoked so much interest, even with those listeners who were with us online. And the first question asked came to me through online. The question was, where is it possible to find the results of the sociological studies I described today? Now, since this study was carried out quite recently in the context of the Congress, so these results have not been published yet, except for the Congress proceedings. So if you wish to get acquainted with the details of my presentation, find it and look for it in the proceedings. Then there was a whole set of questions connected with the innovation scenario that I spoke about today and its implementation. The question was if there were any risks associated with that, if there were, and if there are resources available for the scenario implementation. It seems to me that this innovative scenario does work already. In parallel to this Congress, there are competitions of the SHOS and BRICS states. And so, obviously, our government has approved and adopted the strategy. And if this is adopted at the government level, then, of course, all the risks of funding have been resolved. I also want to say that Russia this year was to host in Yekaterinburg the World University Games. Unfortunately, this has been all postponed. But all the necessary facilities have been built, and in August the event is going to take place, but it's going to be a festival of sports schools, and all the facilities specifically built for the event will be in proper use. Thus, the authorities, the government is with us, and we heard in the presentation of Larissa that we are not left alone. We are a part of the state program for construction, for funding, and everything else is up to us. We should understand this properly. We should not hope that someone else is going to implement this scenario for us. We, researchers, should also make our contribution into that to avoid risks and to make sure that innovative scenario is properly implemented. And then one more question that touched upon one of the scenarios, traditional Olympic Games. Now, it's impossible to go back into the past. The Olympic project has changed considerably, but we should remember the values of the antique Olympic Games and the values of Pierre de Coubertin. And if the organizers who suggest this event within the framework of the scenario carry out this plan, will support it. But as for the conditions of the traditional Olympic Games, we do not know yet. But if we are invited to take part in the project development and implementation, we're willing to be part of it. So these were questions addressed to me. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. We still have 5 minutes, and I would like to ask 2 questions. First, Raisa Terехina. The scenario that you use in gymnastics, can it be adapted for other sports? Because there are representatives of different sports, and what is being done in gymnastics these days is extremely important for all of us, and we respect and admire this approach. Dear colleagues, yes, indeed. Every sport has its specific features, and it covers not only the sports as such, but it covers the organization and the competitions. Nonetheless, the idea of functioning of this or that sports within the country with the invitation of foreign athletes is based on one and the same thing, which is also active in the Federation of Gymnastics in Russia. Now, as for the sports and subjective evaluation, when there are specific rules for competition, so the changes of different aspects of these rules allows us to avoid conflicts with international federations, and that means that foreign athletes can come to the competitions here, not being afraid that their own federation is going to pressurize them for taking part in these competitions. They take part in the competition, not a fish, but we can have a competition following our own rules. So in these sports, it is possible to change the document itself, with the help of which the particular sport is managed in the world. So we should make use of this particular chance. So this can definitely cover other sports as well. Thank you. And now, with the loss of weight.
Скажите, пожалуйста.
A question. The rapid weight loss. You spoke about mood associated with that. If there is rapid weight loss, does the mood of men and women change differently? And
thank you for your question. This is something that we face on a regular basis when it comes to studying this topic. So, first, I would say that we know the prevalence of weight cycling is pretty high in both men and women. We know that the magnitude is also pretty high, and it's similar. It can be easily in a week 5, 10, even 15%, and it can be very difficult to, to replenish all the foods and the water and all the fluids in this short time frame before the competition. So there's a trend. The higher the time from the weigh-ins to the actual fight, the greater the magnitude of weight loss. So I just wanted to make a quick introduction before I answer your question. So I'm aware of several studies that have included both men and women. It's complex and it's very nuanced. It depends on the sport. It depends on the age of the competitors. And it also, something that's very important, it depends on the experience, because the more experienced the athlete is, the easier will be for him or her to bear with weight cycling. So I think I cannot just point out one general theme about this, but it's very context dependent.
Спасибо. Спасибо большое.
Oh, thank you very much.
Уважаемые,
dear colleagues, dear friends, allow me to give the floor to Sergei Ashkenazy, the academic secretary of the Congress and professor of the Lesgovt University in St. Petersburg. He will speak about the results of the sessions and panel sessions and the resolution of the Congress. Dear Presidium and colleagues, the presentations have all been done. Allow me to tell you a few words about the statistics pertaining to the Congress. My slides will be both in Russian and in English. So altogether at the Congress we had 1,300 researchers registered. Offline 480 participants. With all of that, there were presentations made by researchers from 32 countries, online and offline. You can see the list: Angola, Algeria, Armenia, Belarus, Vietnam, Israel, India, Iraq, Iran, Spain, Italy, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Lebanon, China, Lebanon, Mongolia, Myanmar, United Arab Emirates, Rwanda, Serbia, Syria, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, France, the Czech Republic, United Kingdom. Representatives of these two countries spoke, Sweden and South Korea. So international the Congress is truly international. Researchers from many of the countries working on this theme were able to come and make presentations. And now, as for the sections and sessions, altogether at the plenary sessions and at the outbreaks, there were 112 presentations made. 212, 190 at the sessions, and the remaining at the plenary sessions. 2 panel discussions with full-fledged presentations, and altogether 224 scientific presentations made at the Congress. 224. 7 master classes, and martial arts, and there were also a meeting organized with the Olympic champion Natalia Vorobyova, and I think all the participants of the Congress who were at the master classes enjoyed being there, enjoying the sportsmanship displayed by the young people present there and demonstrating their skill. From St. Petersburg they were. Now, for 9 o'clock this morning, 28th of April, the Congress was watched through the internet by 2,200 visitors. The Russian version 1,500, and English language version about 700. So 25% of viewings were from abroad, which makes us quite happy. But this information is for the morning of today, because no, we will amend the statistics, update it if needed, and we will see what the reviews are at the international level. Now, as for the, I would like to thank the moderators of the sections, because they have carried out their work at the highest professional level. I was practically in all the rooms where the sections worked. There were questions, there were discussions. That makes us quite happy. It means that the Congress traditionally is a site for the exchange of opinions and for the finding out what the new ways of development should be. And now the resolution. I would like to thank Professor Gennady Ponomarev, who worked on the draft document. Notice 5 sections adopted it completely. As it was put forward, as it was submitted. Then 5 came up with different proposals. Allow me to sum up some of those. In particular, in some of the sections, they mentioned that it was necessary to continue active work on the development of national sports. Unfortunately, it was not clearly indicated where exactly in the resolution this recommendation should be placed. But I think page 4 is good enough for that, where we have recommendations for the national and regional authorities. Then several times, and today, we spoke about the gender problems in sports and about being more active in this field. And Mariam from Iran actually spoke about this quite openly. So I would like to mention also that this approach is mentioned on the 2nd page. We need to be more active in scientific research in the context of gender. The voice of researchers should be properly heard. In order to create equality in sports, we
have to envisage other competitions for transgender as well in a separate way, but we have to corroborate all that by more scientific data, and we'll discuss that topic in our upcoming Congress next time. I think it would be expedient to adopt some of the sessions for the next upcoming Congress. There were suggestions on some of the wordings when it comes to the necessity of enhancing the level of physical activity for all the groups of population. In session number 3, Professor Boral made a clear stand on that it's important to enhance the component related to the harmonic development of physical, spiritual, and intellectual qualities and properties of human beings. I think that this wording about harmonious development of different personal traits and characteristics and outreaching all the age groups of population to get them involved into going in for sports will be also identified in our resolution. Apart from a proposal to have a separate session dedicated to gender problems, there was a proposal to set up a session on the problems of doping in sports. And a panel session, the previous panel session with fabulous presentation, may become a good basis for the activities of our Congress in future, and interrelationships with RUSADA and WADA. Doping in contemporary sport is a very important topic. And also there was a suggestion to set up a session on sports law. And we had a panel session dedicated to sports law, sports diplomacy, and their role in resolving problems of contemporary sport. There were some very interesting suggestions as well, mostly for the Russian audience, extending the relationships with different scientific sports centers of Russia. One of them is at Vorobyovo Gorky, For example, and I keep meeting some of you when we meet within our committee, so we'll have more proposals maybe. There were suggestions to also have more active work in order to streamline the system of scientific follow-up in scientific groups. That would be like an addendum to resolution on behalf of Russian participants, which would be sent to the Ministry of Sports of Russian Federation. On the whole, this resolution didn't evoke any negative feelings or objections, so this draft resolution can be adopted within a week after the convention is over. We expect suggestions from you. Maybe you'll adapt something more. It's a draft resolution, and we'll be waiting until 7th of May. After the 7th of May, the editorial committee would look through all the proposals again, and not later than 15th of May, this resolution would be on the website, and also it would be sent over to international organizations like IOC, National Olympic Committees, UNESCO, and a number of NGOs from friendly countries, like we call them. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Sergey. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends, now we have to get down to the procedure of adoption of a resolution of the convention. You got familiarized with this draft resolution, so I suggest we should adopt this text of the resolution as the basis for future. Is it necessary to vote? I think not. I think that we'll adopt this as the basis. That's what Sergey mentioned now. And as for the future, I suggest that the Scientific Committee of the Congress would analyze thoroughly the activities of different sessions and maybe adapt something to the resolution whenever it is relevant. I think no objections. Thank you. If you are silent, that means that you agree.
Да нет, я думаю... ну тогда, вот представляете, для истории...
We need this picture with raised hands. Those in favor, just to show it in the snapshot. Thank you. Wonderful. So, let me rise. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, we heard many philosophical and sociological presentations here, and I'm thinking back to a fabulous philosophical category in sentence, which is like space and time. Space and time is infinity, but unfortunately our infinity is reflected in an event, and any event is finite. So our Congress adjourns, and I would like to highlight a very good work of the moderators. They were very precise and very apt and professional in chairing the sessions, which did not evoke any hard feelings on behalf of the speakers. organizational scientific committee which put together this project. And since long way back started getting into contact with all the participants. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the volunteer corps of University of Lexgaft and State Pedagogical University of Kherson, and head of the volunteer service Anastasia Goncharova, and hand over to the volunteers the backpacks. First, the backpack goes to the leader of volunteers. Anastasia, where are you?
Отлично. Наверное, всех...
Wonderful. And we invite all the volunteers for a group picture, which also will come down into the history of our 11th International Congress. I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to our interpreters who worked all those 3 days and throughout our plenary and sections. I was watching online translations. Thank you very much. We hope to collaborate with you in future as well.
Меня? Да, спасибо. Микрофон нужен?
Не надо? Можно? Уважаемые дамы и господа,
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of Association of Sport, General Karamaglu, would like to pass you over this gift. We are very thankful to all of you. It was a wonderful international Congress. Thank you so much.
Могу сказать, можно сказать.
Well, we are so thankful to Myanmar General Kakamiro. Gratitude from the lieutenant of the Russian army. Thank you so much, General.
Дорогие друзья.
Dear friends, so the Congress has come to its end, but before we take another group picture, I want you to participate in the cultural program as well. There will be tours. There will be a tour to Fabergé Museum of Porcelain and the tour around historic center of St. Petersburg, seeing also the main landmarks of the city on Neva River. We meet in the lobby of the first floor. It's going to be very interesting. I recommend you to be in this excursion. And now we need a group picture do come up here to the stage. The audience is fabulous. It's a plenary session. Full house. All the people are here. Nobody quit. Thank you very much for the participation.